Mm. Uy, ay, ay. Um, Hello. Wait, are you here now or Hey Calical Parker? Is this Lucy from now? Greater Ain't. Is this Hello Lucy from now or is it from. Okay. I never know. Yes. Hello. I was just setting things up as I always do. Because I'm never prepared. All other streamers usually go and are like, hello, hello, I'm all ready and it is whatever time o'clock and it's time and, you know, Hehe podcast. This is the Hehe podcast. You could watch it. Alright, let's do the thing. You're wearing a jacket today, yeah. My mom ordered me to. No joke. No joke. No jockey. Is it okay? It's not okay. It's okay. Do you know this about me? I am doing all this for you. Maybe today we're gonna get a big audience. What do you say? Shall we get a big audience today? What do you think? What do you think? What shirt though? A blouse underneath. I'm hot. And I don't mean attractive. I mean I'm hot. Although some think that I'm hot attractive. I think my hair looks nice. Whew. I wasn't gonna stream, but we are having a little bit of a collaboration with a fellow streamer. Called François Je la Menefeu, Je la Paire. Hello, Power Surge 1. Oh my god, it's been 10 years since you've been here. What have you been up to? Why have you not been watching this stream for 10 years? Please tell me. But you're here now to help me to become a small streamer, even though I'm a micro streamer now. But you know what? That's right. That's how I roll. One day I'm gonna be a huge streamer, but without all the controversy, without the short stack goblins and leaking material to minors? Question mark? Yeah. Also, I'm going back to Ukraine pretty soon to report on the children's experience in war.
Just try it.
Oh. Yes, I do. How would I interview?
Not impressed.
Oh, do you mean the drones? Yeah. That is true. I could try to talk to the family whose house was destroyed. Why is the game working so bad? Oh well, it happens. We might have to switch game. We're gonna be talking to a... Oh, okay. Yeah? Oh yeah, I did a whole segment about it, which was uploaded some time ago. You can watch the segment. Oh god. Remember to leave a comment. It is always appreciated. You know? You know what I mean?
Here we go again.
You can't leave us yet.
Sorry, I failed.
You have failed.
Ready to carry.
I have parried. I watch and comment, thank you. And press like. And stuff.
I'll do it.
Oh my god. Last chance.
I can do it. A precise strike.
Yeah, I changed the thumbnail to the actual drone now, thank you. The purists will... hate me.
Let's dance.
Look at that.
Ready to carry.
Are you proud of me? For parrying all that? Huh? Tell me that you're proud of me.
Not
I need to know that you're proud of me.
Once more.
Are you not proud of me? Come on.
Careful.
Thank you for being proud of me. Okay, now you... This is not my proudest moment, but To be fair, I have not learned the pattern yet.
Let's finish this.
Also, the game is not performing super well. For some reason.
Keep going. Go. Ready to evade.
Oh wow, okay, I did not expect to parry that. I am having problems with
Careful, Mael.
my L.
I'm ready.
Last chance. Look how bloody my L is. Sorbalet.
This will hurt.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, whatever. What? I'm not proud of myself. 34,000 damage. That's a lot of damage. No. You say, qu'est-ce que c'est? But you can see this is a strong enemy. What? What? Oh my god. Verso is dead.
I'll do it.
Obscure.
Okay.
Peggy.
Watch out.
Peggy. Peggy. Touchdowns.
Not looking good.
The what? No, I have not.
A precise strike.
Take cover.
Get ready.
Oh my god, too early.
Not impressed.
Wrong item.
Let's carve a path. Disaster expedition, eh?
That's right.
Elements converge. I'll do it. Let us stain.
My L.
Careful, Mael.
Mael. Boom.
Careful, Verso.
Careful, Mael. Uh-huh. Verso sucks.
Okay. Guard up.
Oh, I parried at least some of them.
Let's finish this.
Not leaving you behind.
Mael.
Take cover.
Verso.
Okay.
Careful now.
Elements converge.
Lune, watch out.
How do you like that?
Let's carve a path.
Guard up.
I've got this.
Take cover.
Luna, careful.
Oh my god. I messed up the... Oh my god.
Time to hit big. Not leaving you behind. You can't leave us yet.
Alright. Big burger boy.
Luna, careful.
Lune. Oh my god. Ugh.
Dodge.
Oh wow. Did you see that? How amazing was that? Are you impressed?
Maximum damage.
Maximum damage, that's right.
Time to strike.
Please survive.
Last chance.
I can do it.
Look at this. Die, big boy. Wait, what? That did not kill him? What?
Luna, careful.
What the I hate this. I hate the I hate the slowdowns in the game that mess me up. Ugh. Oh my god. It's okay, we're gonna win this fight even if the computer will try to sabotage me, okay? I don't care.
Brace yourselves.
Even if the universe will conspire against me, I will win this fight. Nothing matters.
Take cover.
Anja.
Watch out, Mael.
Mael! Oh fuck.
Let's finish this.
Guard up.
My turn. I've got this.
Why is he so weak?
Just try it.
Let's go dodge.
What the fuck?
Danger.
I hate this so much.
Ready to parry.
I'm ready.
I'm ready.
Careful, Mael.
Alright.
Careful, Mael.
How's everybody doing?
Coming.
Let's dance.
Okay, we should kill this enemy now.
Guard up.
The fact that this enemy actually
Let's spill some ink. Not giving
Okay, this one's going down. Alright, there we go. Now it's your turn.
Ready to strike. Not impressed.
Now it's your time, big boy.
Not impressed.
The fact that he repeats this easy to counter-attack over and over and over again. Last chance.
I can do it.
Hunt him down.
Wait, what time is it? I have to take my... No, not yet. In 3 minutes, I have to take my...
Oblivion. Let's carve apart.
hormones. Thank you for only doing this easy to parry attack.
Let me flow.
That helps me a lot.
Feel the embrace of fire. Chroma is flowing.
And fire is your weakness? Oh boy.
Better.
Dawn!
Last chance.
Last chance. I'm okay.
Look at the HP go.
Ready to strike. Got this.
Let us stain them. Now's our chance. Feel the embrace of fire.
I can do it.
Alright, this is the end.
Last chance.
Last chance.
Not giving up.
Oh my gosh. We won! We won, everybody won. 1 minute to the hormone time. Excellent. What is this? I hope this is not, you know. Woohoo! Alright. We're doing it. By the way, we're actually pretty far. Because this is... Oh, I have a panel. Alright, I'll be doing a panel. Alright. I've been accepted to a panel. Hold on. I have to get to the Discord. Let me join us. Alright. I'm in a panel. Oh my gosh. Okay. I am in. Okay. Wow. What an active day today we're having. Hold up. Announcements, roles. I have to pick a role. Far left. I'm a far left leftist. Alright. Mm. All right. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, yes, hello. How are you?
Yeah, fine. Are you?
I am okay. Really okay. All things considered. Yes. It's pre-thing, right? This has not started yet, right?
No, no, no.
Okay.
No,
I am
no,
streaming
no,
though,
no.
just so you know. Just so it's known.
It's fine.
Let's see if I
Yes?
can stream my. I don't know.
All right.
We're gonna get you banned. Ha ha ha.
Maybe
Oh no.
how do you get like full screen? Okay, never mind. I think I know. Do this.
You will
Get
get
money. Are you
the...
streaming?
Sorry?
What's it? What you say? Sorry.
Are you streaming?
Me?
Not yet. No. I'm
You
still
will
trying to
get
this
the
thing.
Slav perspective on the topic.
Oh, nice. Loner box. I was waiting for you.
Hello.
Loner
Nice.
box. You must be really special if Vince is waiting for you.
Wait. How do I... What do I...
Hold on.
Huh.
Get this thing started.
Let me... Aha!
How do I put?
I'm gonna pop this out. I'm gonna show it. I'm gonna show it on the stream screen.
How do I unbox the loner?
You take him out the box. That's simple.
What a privilege. Before, I could hide from drones in Ukraine, and now I had the privilege of hiding from them at home.
Wait, you've been to Ukraine?
Yes, I'll be going there soon again.
Damn, even I haven't been to Ukraine after the war started, even though I'm Ukrainian.
Oh, I go to report on the situation of the children. The kidnapped
The
children.
kidnapped ones?
Yeah, and the children overall. There's an organization called Holosidete, the Voices of Children, and they offer psychological assistance to children that suffer from the war in general.
Nice.
Yes, yes. It's a little bit of an underreported topic, I think.
It is very underreported, and there's a lot of people who actually like not a lot of, but there's some people who actually even like defend it.
Oh, yeah. I know.
Disgusting.
That is
What,
insane.
Lactoid, for example, a very big like on week panels. He's all the time. He's defending that.
Lactoid?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's insane. I've actually I cooperate with the organization Save Ukraine. You know that organization?
Which one?
Save Ukraine.
Ah, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yes, they rescue the kidnapped children. I've done a bunch of interviews with them.
How many have they rescued so far?
It's in the hundreds.
How do I help you guys? Like,
Hello,
you guys-
everyone, and welcome to the RGR Roundtable. I am your hostess, Riley Grace Berstrong, and these are our wonderful panelists. Say hi, wonderful panelists.
Hi, wonderful
Hello.
panelists.
Hi.
Hello.
All right, there's
Also,
at least one
you can,
dropout fan in there.
I
And
see the thing on camera. I
Mm,
can't turn
Yes.
my camera on.
we are
Can you allow us
live.
to use cameras?
Yeah,
Hmm?
camera on.
webcam.
Yeah. You can have your
allowed
camera on.
to use cameras?
Let me.
You don't. You obviously don't need to have them on if you.
Here.
Yeah, but I can't use it because it's not. I don't have a permission.
Yeah, it's telling me the same thing.
too,
You
yeah.
can't stream onto this channel.
Oh, gotcha. All right.
Oh, yeah, I
fixed that
cannot use this as well.
Fuck, All right, hold on. I know what to do.
I guess it's a
Um,
new server problem.
Mm-hmm.
Good, no worries.
All right, let me turn on.
Okay, I have to add the scene.
Okay, try now.
I can't
Is that
do it
better?
now. It's much better.
All right.
Can I?
Anyone
use it?
having problems with that anymore? You should be able to. All good?
Yes. All right. I am turned on now.
All right, let me turn on my camera.
Cool,
Yeah,
cool.
I got my camera.
Sorry, new server, working out new server stuffs and whatnot. How are you all doing?
Great.
I'm doing
Yeah, we're
well.
fine.
I mean, it's nice day
Pretty okay.
outside, you know. September.
Yeah. All right. So we have a couple more people who are planning on joining here in a second. So I will be paying attention to the waiting room to let them in when I'm able to. But I'll just start going over some introductory stuff. So for our panelists and the people who are watching, this is the third show in this series. We're very fortunate to have a lot of new panelists with us tonight, and I believe a wide variety of political beliefs. We have 2 more conservatives who are planning on joining us in a little bit. I'm messaging with them. They just have some other things to take care of, but they should hop in pretty soon here. So I hope that'll make for a very lively conversation. Also, as of tonight, we have a new website where you can support this work. Visit Riley Grace Rochong to check out cool merch and consider making a generous donation. And with that, here are the rules for tonight. 1, if I'm talking, stop talking. I don't want to participate, so if I get involved, it's either to stimulate conversation or to get things back on track. 2, be respectful of me. You can hate on each other, but I'm putting a lot of work to make this happen, so don't make my life harder than necessary. And 3, stay on topic. Related tangents are fine, but don't dig up unrelated personal drama. And that's it. So I will go around and have our panelists briefly introduce themselves. Lonerbox, you want to go first?
Hey, I'm Lonerbox. I make videos, I stream, and I shout at people online.
Amazing. Next, we have so CTV and the Unreasonable Man should be joining us in a second. I will get back around to them. ZYZZ, is that how do I pronounce your name?
Ziz is how you pronounce it.
Okay, Ziz, go ahead.
My name is Ziz. I don't have any socials, but yeah, that's it.
Cool. No Echo Chambers, welcome back. Do you want to introduce yourself?
How you doing? My name is Get Money Dre. I'm a host of No Echo Chambers, which is a political show interviewing all different kinds of people across the political spectrum. I am a human rights activist, and I believe in human rights. And I also do video essays on YouTube. I have a really big one coming out in a few weeks, so definitely tap in with that. No Echo Chambers on YouTube, No Echo YT on Twitter or X, and No Echo Chambers on TikTok.
Cool. Next up, we got Vince. Welcome back.
Hello. It's so good. I'm so good to be back. I'm Vincent. I usually do pro-Ukraine content with the sides of politics. And you can find me at Real Visigoths. It's REALVISIGOTH. And you can find me on the YouTube, Twitch, Instagram, TikTok, and Twitter. So yeah, that's about it.
Cool. Next up, we got Mad Prophet. Oh, not in the panel.
Yeah.
All right. Oh,
He was
okay.
trying to join, but he waited for 1 minute and then left.
Oh, all right. Well, if he joins the waiting room VC, some people are having problems with that. You just have to pick up a role in the roles channel, and then you can join the waiting room VC. If they join back, then I'll let them in. And then lastly, we got Lucy Hayes.
Yeah, Lucy, how's that?
Oh, you're muted.
I am muted?
Oh no.
Okay, I'll
Do you want to introduce
Yes.
yourself? It's fine if you don't want
Lucy,
to.
how's that? No, it's okay. I guess I'm the biggest Polish trans streamer. I do politics, history, languages sometimes, and I go to Ukraine to report on the children in war.
Phenomenal. I used to be the largest Elder Scrolls Online trans streamer, so
That is
you know,
true.
I get the feeling. All right.
Bring
So-
it back.
Yeah. Unfortunately, ESO's seen better days, but alas, you know, the world moves on. So with that, the topic for today is, everyone is kind of aware of it, the Charlie Kirk assassination, and kind of more broadly, who is responsible for sowing political division in the United States. As of lately, we've seen there's been a lot of developments around the story, and it's the biggest thing that has come clear to me through everything is that there is a lot of division between the U.S. and especially between the two parties in the U.S. That's not necessarily a surprise, but I feel like, especially given recent events, that has either fanned the flames on that or has made even clearer what is already present. So I'm also interested in exploring who is primarily responsible for that. Now, my plan was to have CTV or the Unreasonable Man give openings first because they're the conservatives on this panel. But since they are not here, I'll go ahead and give it over. Does anyone have a preference or like a particular interest in giving an opening statement first?
I could do
I
it.
can do it if you want.
I heard Get Money Dre first, so you go ahead.
All right, so political division has been a serious issue, especially within the past decade. Donald Trump himself has done more for dividing our country politically than anybody else. You want to make one person, it's probably Trump in his rhetoric he speaks. He has handlers and people behind the scenes like the Peter Thiels and the Heritage Foundation and all of those groups that are also trying to help sow the divide politically. And in order to do that, they need to pick on a group. His first term, it was Muslims. It was always about Muslims, Muslim this, Muslim that. Terrorists, jihadi terrorists are going to take over. They push those fears into the mainstream. Now, within the past 5 years, the boogeyman is the transgenders. Like everyone's saying, it was a trans shooter. No, the bullets were trans. No, his roommate, he had one time what may have been a trans person. Like the division that the Trump administration has sowed since he first came on to politics. He always has to have one boogeyman. That's how he gets people riled up and his followers riled up. Who's responsible for shooting Charlie Kirk? It was that one guy. I don't know his views. It wasn't the transgenders. It wasn't the Never Trump Republicans or any other
Hello,
ridiculous,
Carasso. I very
ideological group. It was one loser, one lunatic who has nothing going for him, decided he wanted to be.
I joined
remembered
this
somehow.
panel very
And as many
spontaneously,
these lunatics,
so we'll
they
see
go
how
ahead
it
and start
goes.
shit, whether it goes like shooting up schools or committing
Wish me
terror.
luck.
These people have nothing to lose. They are losers themselves. All they do is lose, so they have nothing left to lose. And to start shit, they, commit atrocities like this. My heart goes out to the Kirk family, and we as Americans need to resolve political differences and help get back to the truths of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness for all Americans.
All right, thank you so very much, Good Money Dre. And also, so we were able to get in our 2 remaining guests, Grid Motorsports or the Unreasonable Man and CTV. Thank you both so much for joining us.
Yeah, glad to be here. I'm trying to figure this thing out on my phone, so bear with me.
No worries, no worries. I'll catch you up really quickly. I went over
I
the
am
rules
in the panel.
really simply. If
Look
I'm
at
talking,
this.
stop talking, be
I am on
respectful
the
of me,
panel.
and then try to stay on topic. And then I introduce the topic. Y'all are already aware of the topic. And then we started doing opening statements.
Yeah, I am
Now,
in the
would
panel.
either of you, given that you're the 2 conservatives on the panel, would either of you like to give an opening statement about the topic being the Charlie Kirk assassination and who's responsible for sowing political division in the U.S.?
Sure, I'll go ahead. It'll make it easy because I'm doing push to talk.
All right, go ahead, CTV.
All right, so I don't have the camera working just yet, but bear with me. I'm glad you can hear me. Right, so the left is responsible.
I've joined
for the
very
rhetoric that
spontaneously.
they've been
From my
putting out
perspective, the
for
political
the last
division is not the
better part of a
problem. The
decade.
problem
It's
is
only
the call
escalated
to
when
violence.
people have
And I'll
asked for
probably
it to
say
be
that.
called back.
All
it's
I
happened
don't think
is
the
it's been
problem is
doubled down.
political division.
Whenever
Political
there's been
division will
calls to
always
truth,
happen. It's
all
not.
that's
It's
ever
unavoidable.
been given is
It will
excuses
always be a
and,
thing. The problem is
reasons
how
why can't
these
instead of
political
just getting to work in a lot of
differences
cases.
are resolved.
So,
From my
The
perspective,
left is responsible for
Does that
every
make
single
sense?
bit of this. The left's going to continue to be responsible for it, and until it completely disappears, and you're left with some semblance of a moderate center. And so like that's it.
All right, thank you. And then to go back across, Loner Box, are you interested in making an opening statement?
Everything CTV just said is basically asking left-wingers and Democrats to disarm whilst MAGA keeps on chugging with violent rhetoric or just completely ignoring any kind of violence that comes from their end. We've, ever since we had Trump at his rallies back in 2016, talking about how he would cover someone's legal fees if they beat the shit out of like unruly protesters at the rally, all the way through to January 6th when he told the Proud Boys to stand back and stand by. We know exactly how that was received by the Proud Boys. They posted on social media,
Hello.
yes, we hear you standing back and standing
Wait,
by.
my
This is a
audio
green light.
sucks?
And then they
Does
acted
it?
on it. They went to the Capitol and they were the first ones to break the barricades. There was a Proud Boy. He was the first person to breach the Capitol building. And again, to this day, Republicans, they still don't think that Trump lost that election. They still think it was rigged. The people who have been ratcheting up this violent rhetoric have constantly been the MAGA side. The Democrats, as far as mainstream Democratic politicians, where have we seen this from? Besides what? Occasionally people calling Trump a fascist. Well, Trump calls Biden a fascist. Trump called Kamala a fascist. He called Biden's administration a Gestapo, right? It's completely one-sided. The left-wingers have their own issues, extreme leftists. For the most part, though, Democrats have kept them at bay. They have not allowed that to infect their own party. Even from gruesome Gavin, it was straight condemnation for the killing of Charlie Kirk. Same with every other one. If you want de-escalation, start with the president.
All right, thank you. And next, the Unreasonable Man. Would you like to make an opening statement? Oh, we can't hear you. All right, we'll come back to you. Is anyone else interested in making an opening statement in the meanwhile? All right, Ziz, you got it.
I would like to say that I don't agree with both parties in the sense that I really think that Donald Trump is the issue, but the left, the voting base of the left has been the issue for many elections now. I think they were the issue when Biden was president, when Trump is president, and unfortunately, in our state of affairs right now, Donald Trump is committing violence, but who is shooting people is the left voting base, and who is applauding the killing of whoever is getting killed by the left is the left voting base. So I think both of them are at fault, but I have to say that the Democrats in power, however, are the best of all, both the voting base and the people in power on both sides.
All right, thank you, Ziz. Unreasonable Man, have you been able to work out your audio?
I think so. Can you hear me
Yes.
now?
Yep, we can hear you.
Perfect, thank you. Yeah, sorry, I had to restart. Part of my system, so I didn't realize it wasn't working. So I apologize.
No worries,
yeah,
no worries.
so-
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I guess to start with, you would need to understand my worldview. I'm a constitutional conservative. For the most part, that means that I believe if it's not in the Constitution, we shouldn't be doing it, and that colors my entire worldview. And so I'm going to have some differing opinions from what maybe you guys are used to conservatives saying. Maybe not. I don't know. In the case of what we're seeing right now, I think we have to look at two different sides on this. Obviously, there is the very upset people on the right and even in the centrist communities, because Kirk was more of a centrist than I think he was a far right guy. But the fact that someone felt the need to take his life is very interesting on a bunch of different levels, and I think that a lot of people have not yet slowed down to take a look at what the reality behind this is, and on the for the right, for the actual far right wing people, I think they're very upset, and I think that they so a lot of them feel like they have the right to be. On the left of this issue, we have we do have a problem with it seems like with leftists actually being very violent and acting out in violent ways. We can see this with all of the protests that have gotten out of hand, with various people getting beaten up, with all of the riots and looting and burning of buildings and things of this nature, and if it was one or two things, that would be okay. It's just a bad group. But this is something that's happened over and over and over again. And I think the issue of political violence in and of itself is something that can be really discussed and tried. We can kind of get somewhere on it. I think as far as the what is the rhetoric and the charged atmosphere that we're in right now, I think is unique and does this. There's going to need to be some discussion, and we'll have some of that tonight.
Consider donating or subscribing.
I hope that's perfectly murky, and we'll get right into it here in a few minutes. And I thank you for having me.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining us. All right, next we've got, so Lucy, Claire, and Vince, you all have not made opening statements. Would any of you like to make an opening statement?
Yes,
It's also fine if you don't.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll go Lucy first.
Okay. So I think that the topic of political division is not as important in this as it might seem at first hand. I think political division is something that happens everywhere. It will always happen. The question is political assassination per se, because we are talking about this in the context of the murder of Charlie Kirk. Yeah? Which means that we're de facto discussing who incites political assassination as a form of violence. And while I cannot really speak to inciting to political violence of this form per se, I can say that the reaction to the murder was very strongly skewed to the right, calling for widespread violence. I've seen a lot of political pundits on the right immediately responding with calls for revenge, for upping the temperature, for the blood to flow on the streets, that the far left has gone too far, even though the identity of the killer was not even known at the time of the recording of most of the videos that have called for revenge against the far left. So I guess that would be my opening statement for now.
All right, thank you, Lucy. All right, Claire, Vince, I know that you both want to go. Who wants to go first, and who wants the last word on the openings?
I can go first.
All right, Vince, go ahead.
So to say about Charlie Kirk's death, definitely something very tragic. I didn't agree with anything Charlie Kirk was saying. He's a terrible human being. I actually debated him on Summer Action Summit about Ukraine. He's very pro-Russia, so definitely not the best guy, but still it's a big tragedy, especially because he has kids. I'd say even if there was no kids,
I'm gonna fight as well.
Tragedy. And I would say
I'm not gonna argue. I'm gonna discuss.
Yeah, and who to blame for that? I would say both sides have been pretty violent in the rhetoric. Maybe the right was just a little bit more because we know that the guy who shot Trump was a registered Republican. And to close my statement, I just want to ask two questions and to say two things to Unreasonable Man. First question is, if you are a constitutionalist, do you agree that Trump saying at the January 6th that we should suspend the Constitution was unconstitutional? And also, I completely don't agree that Charlie Kirk was more of a centrist. I think he was way more of a far-right guy. Especially one example of that is Groypers bullied him into saying that there is a white replacement. So I think that's pretty far-right. Yeah, so that's about it.
Okay, and we can definitely come back to those questions. Lastly, Claire, would you like to make any opening statements?
Yeah, so I didn't actually introduce myself. I'm Claire. I'm a red state Democrat. I do kitchen work. I'm no camera today because my camera's trash.
Okay.
Opening statement wise, I just really think that as far as Kirk's assassination goes, there is I don't think there is anything good about Charlie Kirk getting assassinated. Full stop. That's an easy one. As far as divisiveness, I think that if you really want to split hairs, you could say that Trump just took advantage of a situation that's like being built up over time of this, this hyper-real simulacrum of our political experiences, where I think that, now that they're in power, Republicans have decided that, MAGA Republicans at least, have decided that they're going to double down on their interpretation of reality and like the symbol that they've established of what Democrats are, and they want that to be the actual reality. So it doesn't matter how many times Joe Biden goes on and says, we have to be calm and we have to denounce political violence. Every single Democratic president after Charlie Kirk got assassinated condemned political violence. At this point, the way that MAGA Republicans are thinking of Democrats has no connection to reality at all. We're all fucking blood-drinking baby killers or whatever. And so now we're here. And I do think that the majority of the divisive rhetoric is coming from Republicans. Every single Democratic leader has had, broadly speaking, an infinitely better track record than Republicans in power right now. So yeah, that's me.
Okay, thank you so much. Also, by the way, I just realized I had the wrong microphone in. Do I sound a little bit better to everyone right now? Is it better, worse, decent quality?
It sounds the same.
It sounds
the same.
Undo it, and then go back and forth a couple of times.
Okay, well, I hopefully will not be talking a ton. At this point, opening statements are concluded, so I will turn it over to the panel. You can all take it in any direction that you want. I have some questions. I have my own thoughts and directions and questions I'd like to be discussed, but I'll use that in case the conversation is kind of run amok. So wherever y'all want to take it.
I'll take it. First of all, I know some of the other panelists earlier said that the left is responsible for most of the violence. That is objectively not true. The Anti-Defamation League, the ADL, did a study of looking at every single extremist incident back since 2015. At the time of their writing, which is mid-January
Hello,
2025,
everyone.
76% of extremist-related killings were on the right wing.
It's not problematic. I should get a
I
drink.
have a link on my Twitter. I just posted on Twitter, I think. If not, I'll do it again. But yeah, the fact that the left is the violence extremists, that's not true. As of the past.
Right, because the whole Summer of Love and burning down the federal courthouses and we watched all of this stuff happen. Right?
Burning down that wasn't if there was the burning down the courthouse, I don't know if that's true.
Are you hold on, slow down.
All right.
Slow down just a little bit, right? Because you're getting excited. I mean, it's good energy, I guess, right, for a panel, but slow down. Are you telling me that you're actually unaware of all the damage from the looting and the rioting and stuff, where they were actually burning down federal courthouses in Washington and Oregon and shit? You really
of those?
Yeah, because you're saying that there's no evidence and it didn't happen, and yet we've got a long-standing track record of these things happening. So you really just sound very uneducated right now. So I don't know you, but right now I'm quantifying in my mind about how serious I'm going to take what you say moving forward.
Well, can we just, before we go forward, can I just issue a challenge to the right-wingers, because just to preempt
bottom middle, I think it's
we can focus on Democratic politicians and leaders rather than crazy people on Twitter, and also trying to avoid trying to equivocate to riots that are universally condemned by elected Democrat officials. Is that possible?
Probably not.
We're talking about Republican Party and Trump, right? Because I can show you Trump inciting violence against his own Republicans.
The Republican Party and Trump, then we're also talking about the Democrat Party and Antifa and BLM and all of the other organizations that were, that you guys talk about like they're not a problem, and yet they burn buildings, they loot, they rob.
Okay, you can't do it. I know they can't do it. Okay.
I literally just said,
what's the equivalent of what's the equivalent of Trump saying stand back and stand by, and then the leaders of the Proud Boys saying, yes, we hear you, we will stand back and stand by, and then taking that as a call to arms to go to the Capitol on his behalf? What's the equivalent of a Democrat doing that for Antifa BLM rioters?
I think you're trying to equate two different things totally. I think you're trying to say that people in power that got elected doing something that is violent is the equivalent to people spreading...
come on, just tell him what he wants. Maxine Waters.
No, because he's trying to do two things that don't equate. That doesn't make sense. The one is people in the crowd killing other people, and the other one is people that got elected by a majority of the country doing something that a lot of people participated as well. So I think those are two different things.
Yeah, you're right that they're different. When people riot for BLM or for Antifa, they are generally not doing it out of love for the Democratic Party. When people storm the Capitol to try and overthrow the results of an election they didn't like, they thought they were doing it for Trump. They did it because they thought Trump wanted them to be there.
I agree, but at the same time, they were doing it.
Isn't there already a lot of evidence that there were a lot of bad actors from different places? And
I
the whole thing with
a lot of evidence. The evidence is
we're
that
kind of on one side or the other, but there's so many different sides that are doing different shit, and it's like,
No, this is probably one of the best. This is probably one of the best. This is probably one of the most detailed documented events of American history. The first breach of the barricades was by the Proud Boys. They organized to do it, and then when they got into the Capitol building, the first breach of the building was a Proud Boy with a police riot shield that he stole, and then all of them were pardoned, even the ones that were done with seditious conspiracy by Trump.
That is true.
It is entirely true. What did I say that was not true?
It is not entirely true, because the first person who broke down that barrier was a
riot shield from a cop.
Literally an agent who broke it down and then who said, "Follow me." So
No,
I
it
mean,
wasn't.
if
It
you're
was,
gonna
it was Proud
if you're
Boys who
going
broke down the
to-
barrier.
Yeah, it was Proud
I
Boys.
think it's
I broke the
stupid
window.
to relitigate January 6th in a debate about Charlie Kirk. But if you want to do so, I'm happy to do so.
Well, it's just that again, that's not true. The barriers
It is
were led, the
absolutely
breaking
true.
down of the
There are
barriers was
charges-
led by Proud
Literally, there
Boys.
are charges pending
There's
now.
videos
Don't
of that. We know
act
that
like
for
you don't
sure.
know
How
this.
is it
I'm
that
sure you're a smart person.
There was
I
no
don't
charges.
understand
He
why you wanna be
pardoned
so
everybody that could
disingenuous.
put in jail, and that was convicted. It doesn't make.
Okay,
doesn't
hold
make
on.
sense.
Pause. Just because this is getting a little bit afield, it's related somewhat, but I mean, to me, let me steer the conversation a little bit back more. A big thing that stuck out to me from the recent events is that a lot of people were trying to make assumptions about who the killer was, what their motivations were, before anything was known by the public. And while there is more evidence out now than there was initially, nothing is still known definitively. What do we make of that, right? Because to me, that is the big thing that's glaring to me as far as political division, is that like, not only are people making assumptions, but there's been a lot of calls to action as a result of those assumptions. What do we make of that?
Isn't he in custody already? Did we know that he was sort of an Antifa, or was it not true?
We don't know that. We know what was on the bullet casings, and there have been various reports about the nature of his family. There have been reports that his father was a sheriff. I've heard that that's not true. His grandmother, it's been reported that his grandmother posted online saying that the family is all MAGA. That's hearsay. I don't know if that's true, but I've heard that. People on the left or people on the right, of course, have been saying like, oh, well, of course it was probably a transgender or this, that, and the other. Like Nancy Mace was saying like, oh, it's probably a transgender. We should institute the death penalty. Like,
She said a lot more than that.
well, yes, she said yes. I'm not disputing that, but the point is, like, a lot of assumptions have been made, a lot of fingers have been pointed, and I'm telling you, as a criminal prosecutor, there's not a lot of definitive evidence out there. You know,
Every single major Democrat politician condemned the murder, condemned political violence, and has sent their regards to Charlie Kirk's family. I have not yet seen one major Democrat, like politician or influencer, say that they're glad he's dead.
Yeah, but the issue
really?
is though that most
I
of the
would like
voter
to
base
see an
is
example of that.
denouncing whoever is saying that he should not have been killed. And the same thing happened when Biden was president, and Biden denounced the BLM riots, and then people were denouncing Biden for denouncing the BLM riots. I think that's the issue. I think the Democrats are doing a good job at
Who
That
said
is
that?
a non-issue.
I'm sorry, I don't know everyone here. I really do apologize. Who said that no creator had
No major
reveled in the
people in
Democrat.
power, not creators.
Okay, all right. So when Dean Withers and his and Parker and the other little mophead that I can't remember the name of literally tweeted out really disgusting things, and then when they realized it was going to go against them like 10 minutes later, they literally deleted those and then came out with their crocodile tear streams. What do you make of that? What am I supposed to think of that? Those are they not major content creators? Are you disputing that
Exactly,
major
they tweet
Democrats
out
didn't?
What I make of it is that when you challenge right wingers to avoid going after creators because they don't have any targets from the actual
I
Democratic
didn't
Party.
say we should go after them. I
mean,
said, are you denying?
No,
that
I
they
mean using
did?
them as examples because you can talk about Republican elected officials when it comes to inciting or putting targets on people's back,
someone
but
just said
the
content
retort is always
creators,
content
right?
creators.
No.
Yeah, it's
He
just-
said specifically people in power, not content creators.
if you
But
can
he
just
said-
admit that you can't put this on the Democratic Party or Democratic elected officials, and you just want to talk about content creators, we can do that. But I just need that admission.
I can talk about politicians as well, but when you say there's been no major content creator that endorsed this, I think you're wrong. I think that there were major content creators that did it, and I think that you're being disingenuous.
so unreasonable man. This
We
is
never
just
said that.
moderator's point of
So,
clarification.
know.
Anecdotally, I thought I saw on my part of social media that Dean Withers posted like a very condemnful statement, like one more condemning than
Yeah.
most left-leaning creators.
Right,
and he actually
right.
got a
It
lot
was-
of flack about that. So was that? So are you saying that
was
he made
after
a difference?
Yeah,
was
so there
after.
were like, I'm sorry, don't mean to speak over you.
Oh, no,
I'm
you're all
just
good. Go ahead.
So there were like 4 or 5 tweets about, hey, just heard Charlie Kirk took a bullet, hurrah, or not hurrah, but I don't remember. I don't actually follow the guy. Just people were sending me images of the tweets, and I don't remember them. But he literally changed his tune, and a lot of others did too. only one that really that I can point to is like Destiny for sure said some really nasty things to the point that there are now people that won't work with him anymore, which isn't a big surprise. But then I don't know that he's actually walked it back, but I think certainly he softened his position. Is he not a major content creator on the left?
What did Destiny say? Because I thought that my understanding, again, like we're talking from two different sides of the aisle right now.
I understand.
My understanding is that
I'm not
yeah,
sure if I would call Destiny a content creator on the left, to be honest.
He said it's a fuck around and find out moment, and it's what happens when Trump sends the National Guards to DC. And as a big Destiny fan, this is probably one of his worst takes ever.
Okay, we don't have to dwell on that. I was just curious about that because I didn't hear about it.
Yeah. And look, I'm just saying that let's just look. I don't mind a little hyperbole, that sort of thing, but let's try and be better faith, right? Like if we're going to talk about things, let's talk about things in good faith.
I think we're fighting ghosts right now. I think we especially said that we were trying to talk about people in power on the right, not on the left. Sorry, not about content creators. But my issue is mostly that like if Donald Trump is doing something really bad, why are literally civilians a valid target? That's my issue.
Who said? Wait, are you
But-
talking about like valid targets for assassination? Did anyone?
Yeah, how is Donald Trump
I would
is
say we're
sending
very,
National
for
Guards?
valid assassination targets, my guy.
Also, to bring it
Yeah,
back to the, so Ziz, to respond to yours, and this kind of brings back to the question I had initially for the panel. We don't know what the shooter's motivations were at this point. That has not been confirmed. So, like, when you're saying, like, oh, valid, is that, like, what defines, like, a valid assassination target? Like, does it matter? Like, I am more concerned with the fact that we don't know what their motivations were. And people are making all these speculations, right?
Oh,
well,
come on, RGR. It's not hard, right? Whenever Charlie Kirk has, a particular history, it's not like, you're looking at someone where there's a possibility of all different kinds of motivations.
I mean, I would say
is what was they were trying to silence.
So if I were thinking from the perspective, again, I'm thinking from like a lawyer's perspective, right? If I were thinking from a lawyer's perspective, I would argue that there's just as much evidence currently available to argue that this guy was probably like a groyper, right? Like super duper far right, given the specific inscriptions on the bullet, right? Given the fact that he came from like a super conservative family. He wasn't, again, according to what's currently available, like he wasn't super active as far as his politics goes. He was like very non-vocal. Like there's just as much evidence to be able to suppose that like he's super far right. And then there are like statements from Nick Fuentes just a couple of days before saying like, oh yeah, Charlie Kirk, we're going to rape your organization. Like I'm going to impregnate your organization with my followers, right? Like there's plenty of animosity to be able to suggest that. I'm not saying that is the case, but like, I don't think that you could be able to, I don't think that is a dispellable presumption.
In regards to that, I would say that until any information comes out that definitely demonstrates the motivation of the killer, anything is just speculation. And what I'm worried about is how this speculation is being weaponized to incite violence and who does it. And I've been seeing it on the specific side.
There's nobody. Look, unless you give me a specific example where someone is actually, calling to action or inciting violence right after this thing, which I haven't seen anything.
Do we mean politicians, content creators? What is in the preview of this discussion? Do we mean big public figures? Do we?
Hold on, sorry. Let's ETV finish this point, and then Lucy can respond.
Look, because I purposely don't swim inside these circles too often, right? I like to come in here and see what everybody's thinking. But unless you're going to give me like some like big name for somebody, right? I mean, you're going to give me somebody that's on the fringe that I'm not going to be aware of, and I'm going to look back at you and go, sounds pretty fringe to me. So, like I haven't heard anybody. What I've been seeing is a lot of sad people that the main message that he had was love for Jesus Christ was assassinated in the public square, talking about that. And it's just absolutely ridiculous that there's any type of, it like at this moment, right? What we really need is for those people on the left to start owning what has been being said by Maxine Waters and Nancy Pelosi and all these other people that, regardless of what their intent was, or they're like, oh, well, I'm in office, so I got to use language like this to try to incite the voter base. All of that is bullshit, because what your intent is doesn't matter. What we need is more responsibility when it comes to speaking. That way, you don't end up with people that clearly are not, firing on all cylinders, interpreting it in a way in which it wasn't intended to be interpreted.
Matt Walsh literally said, it's too late to turn down the temperature. It's time for justice. It's time for good to fight back against evil. I don't know.
A similar statement was done by Steven Crowder as well, that it's time to up the temperature, that it's time for more violence from the right.
Yeah, there
Who
was
said
also
violence from the right? Who said violence from the right?
Steven
There's
Crowder.
so many examples of people saying violence from the right is needed right now. But my question is, if we can point to so many people in power on the right to like incite violence, I just want to know, Lonerbucks, are you pro or against what Gavin Newsom is doing right now?
In what manner? What's
Are
he doing?
you pro like what he's doing with like on Twitter? Are you pro with like what he's doing on like fighting back against Trump with the redistricting? How are you feeling
Yeah,
about
of course, yeah.
that? Okay, I think that is not shared everywhere, and I think it's also resonating a lot on the left, especially on very leftist sides of the left. That Gavin Newsom is going too far. And, like,
The topic is not really about who incites violence and is in
against,
power.
The fascism and not fucking killing people.
I wasn't
like
aware
civilians
that
and
was
shit.
the topic.
Wait, so are you saying it's you? What's your opinion on what Gavin's doing? Do you think that's too far? Him doing all
of
caps
course
and
not. No, I
redistricting?
think
Yeah, it's not. Yeah,
I think it's amazing. My problem is that people are disavowing what he's saying, what he's doing, saying it's cringe, it's weird, and then they're saying the only way to fight against fascism is to kill them, which is weird. Plus, yes, the shooter, to answer the question of RGR, is it could have been anybody. It could have been a fucking very right Fuentes fan. It could be a very left Assange fan or anything. It could be anybody,
but we all understand that does not matter, right? I mean, even Matt Walsh and his little it's too late to turn that temperature, we've got the good to fight against evil and we need justice. He still blames Democrats for this guy who tried to assassinate Trump, even though he was a registered Republican. So it does not matter. They will blame Democrats regardless. Doesn't matter how much Democrats condemn the far left, doesn't matter how much they condemn the violence, doesn't matter how well behaved they are or how cucked they are. It does not matter. They will always blame them because
I don't know why anybody is trying to defend.
Of course, it matters.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why anybody's trying to defend Democrats, right? And then they were like, "Oh, well, the dude was a registered Republican, right?" But yet you have a problem with there being voter ID laws, right? It's like it's all a hypocrisy. There's no consistency. It's all a bunch of bullshit.
Okay.
Nothing to do with it, because on the one hand you're expecting somebody to keep up with their fucking government registrations and shit, and on the other hand you want to prevent people on the other side from being able to fucking do it. Don't sit there and tell me that it's not, because I know that it is. It's a bunch of fucking bullshit.
I'm not sure that's the way to solve political differences, because the fascists will say,
Hold on, there's a couple
I'm
people
not
talking.
against ending
Sorry,
trans
Letterboxd,
people
I
that
didn't hear
way
you
or
say
any other
anything, then go
people.
ahead.
Oh, I just said that's a really interesting attempt to change the subject. We understand that the guy who tried to assassinate Trump was a registered Republican, and to this day, people like Matt Walsh
it's not a change of the subject. It's actually a direct fucking opening up the subject to you, not realizing that that has to do with some kid that obviously wasn't fucking keeping up with everything, that they kept up with their registration. It's like, it's fucking stupid for you to use that as a stance for you to stand on.
Okay, I really apologize.
I've heard it 6 times already.
I really apologize
it's
to
a dumbass leg to stand on.
I'd say I really apologize to Mr. Motorsports, who was actually trying to engage with what I was saying. You said he also gave money to Democrats. Can you remind me, how much money did he give and how old was he?
Well, what they found was it was like $10, and he was young when he gave it, but that doesn't.
How young?
If you want to, I think it was $10 or $15. I don't remember the exact.
When he was
amount, but it
how
a small
old?
amount. I don't remember his
I
exact
think it was like
age, but
17, wasn't he?
Yeah, 17 or 18. Yeah, I think he was.
Okay.
Just
Then he
a little
registered
bit.
Republican. Okay.
Yeah, but again, to be honest with you, I would assume that somebody is, that's reasonably articulate and smart would understand that if you want to do oppo research on somebody, then you would join, say, the Republican Party, so that you would get the mailers and the press releases and things like that. That would just seem logical to me. But again, I understand that we don't actually deal in logic very much, so I'll just let that.
Well,
one
just
go.
to be clear, what you said about this hypothesis of him registering Republican just so he can get intel, no one in the FBI or any investigator has actually come forward with that, right? Seems that his political identity was at best like fairly opaque. So blaming it on the Democrats is like a complete
To be honest,
nothing.
the
right?
FBI said that they felt like he was apolitical, but I guess you didn't read that part.
That's what I'm saying, but people still blame the Democrats for it.
But you're still trying
That's
to say he's
because the
Republican.
Democrats are using the inflammatory
I'm not trying to
language.
blame
That's
anybody.
why.
I think he was
He's not saying
I
he's
think he was an
Republican. He's
insane
using that
person.
as an example of why it's not as simple as just saying a Democrat did it. He's not
Unreasonable man, what were you
saying-
trying to say? Or sorry, Claire, finish your thought, then unreasonable man.
Oh
Yeah,
no, it's cool. I can't think anymore. It's over.
Okay,
I still
unreasonable
don't
man.
know the idea.
I'm sorry.
political
I have to. I don't understand.
Hey, get money, Dre. Hold on. I said motorsports, and then you
Apologies.
can speak.
My apologies. Both of you
Yeah,
guys.
I fail to understand. Maybe I'm new here. This is a different panel for me, so I get forgive me, step on toes or anything. But it's completely irresponsible and, to be honest, disingenuous to continuously refer to somebody as Republican because they registered as
mean,
Republican while
I didn't say violence does
dismissing the
not
fact
solve
that they
anything,
actually
but
hard-earned cash money.
give me
to,
those
a
historical
liberal
examples when
organization.
political assassination
And
has
when
solved
the FBI
anything.
themselves said they
And then
think
I will
he's
say, oh
apolitical,
God,
there
oh
was-
no, oh fuck.
There was stuff from both sides. I think that they found in his possession.
Because there are different
And
types
so
of
if the
violence,
FBI
there are
says he's
different types
apolitical, they
of
don't know his political affiliation.
problem
For you to
solving. Not
assign
all
that,
violence is the
it's just-
same, not
come
all
on, man.
types of.
That's horseradish, horse shit, whatever you want to call it. And you should really be embarrassed.
I mean,
to
if we think
continuously
that
spout
the
kind of
reality
nonsense.
in which
I don't.
any
I didn't
political
say that.
figure
I said,
is
hey, yeah, he gave
fair
money,
game
but,
for
I
assassination,
didn't
then
say- I did
and
not
that will
assign that he
solve
was a
things,
Democrat.
then
I said, well, if you're going to say
I don't know
this,
what to
then
tell
you
you.
have to acknowledge this, and you refuse to do so. I didn't call him a Democrat. I said he was an insane person. Can we agree that it's fairly insane to do what he did? Yes, I think so.
Yes.
Do I need to assign a political party to an insane person? No, I don't. But you seem to
that's
need
why so first of all, everything you just said would be completely valid if you ignored the first half of my sentence was people like Matt Walsh, etc., still blame Democrats for it. Even though
Yeah, people like CTV are still blaming Democrats too. By the way.
Yeah, so even someone on your own team is doing it right now. What the fuck? That's why I brought it up.
When Donald Trump said,
So I'm a registered independent right down here in God's Polk County, Florida, where Grady Judd's the sheriff. Registered independent. Don't fucking tell me what fucking team I'm on.
Thank you,
So,
CTV.
I'm sorry. People are allowed to have their own biases. Matt Walsh is, he's interesting, but Matt Walsh is allowed to say, I think this. I believe this. He doesn't even need to have proof for that. He can just say, I picked this shit out of the air, and it's golden, and this is my shit now, and I believe it.
So he has the right to
He's
lie.
not allowed. He's not allowed. He's a person
not
in
a
power.
lie.
He has the
He
right to
does
lie.
he does
It is a
laws,
lie.
and he's basing his,
It
his
isn't- it's not
statement
a
on
lie.
absolutely
It's-
nothing because the FBI said that he literally started being politically affiliated very early, not too long.
Right,
before
in this
this
latest
year.
case, sure. In this latest case, sure. But we were actually speaking about
That is true,
the,
Vladimir. That is definitely true.
the Trump shooting, and where the FBI's come out and said they can't assign him a party because he's apolitical. He was all over the place, and Matt Walsh saying that he believes that he was a Democrat because of the money given to Antifa is that's just as valid as you saying that he's a Republican because you want him to be because he
Well, it's funny because it's only
was a
$10
member.
and he was 17. It's nothing.
Yeah, but why are you doing the same thing with
But
this shooter
it's
now?
way more effort to give $10 to a political action committee or whatever than to just simply fill out on your voter registration card, yeah, I'm Republican. It's literally, or check the wrong. For all we know, he was drunk and checked the wrong box. This is the most. Again, I really don't. I really don't like to get bogged down in this minutia because I don't understand what insane people do. You're asking me to try and understand something that an insane person did, and I don't do it, and I can't do it. Why are you continuously rehashing this? This has been litigated for the past year, 2 years.
It seems like we agree that Matt Walsh was fucking batshit for trying to hold Democrats accountable for it.
It's
That's
the
fine. You
only.
can say Matt Walsh is batshit, but Matt Walsh isn't in this conversation. You are.
Hey, but that's literally like the only bone that Lonerbox has got, and he's a chihuahua, right? He's got a hold of it. He's not letting go.
So-
But he's got nothing
he's
else.
right though. He's right though because they're doing the same thing that they were doing with the Trump shooter to this guy, and the FBI said he had no affiliation that he could see.
So let me
And I've only
recenter
taken
this
on
con-
Lonerbox because I know
Well, the
Lonerbox.
FBI's
So.
let me recenter this conversation, all right? Because so as I understand it, let me just try to focus in on where I think the disagreement is. I think that everyone generally agrees, unless someone wants to voice their opinion. I think that everyone generally agrees that we don't know what this person's motivations were definitively. I think that the issue, yes, I think that the issue that people are taking right now on the panel is that people like large figures such as Matt Walsh and other figures, it sounds like primarily on the right, immediately began to attribute his actions, regardless of the public knowledge, to the contrary or thereof, to the Democrats and to the left, and then try to use that as justification for inciting political violence against the left. And so the question is that okay? Is that justified? Is that, what moral weight do we ascribe to that and similar actions? And also, has the left engaged in any similar activity as of late? I think that's where the panel that's where the question sounds like it's at.
I'm completely okay with anyone that has, not, I don't know what the right way to say this. Anybody that has, been showing celebration or any kind of crazy, attitudes like that with regard to Charlie Kirk, I'm happy that they lose their jobs. I'm happy that they're being called out. I'm happy that we are now at a turning point, right, where people have, feel confident to be able to put those kinds of people in their place, because I have been in and around this space for the last 4 or 5 years, right? And during that time, I've seen people, not report themselves as professionals. That'd probably be the best way to say it, right? So, it's I'm very happy to see that we're at a point where this shit's getting called out, and to the nth degree, because I said it years ago. I said you are not going to like it whenever this pendulum starts swinging back the other direction. And as far as I'm concerned, it needs to keep swinging a little bit more, because we're still a little bit way too liberal with our thinking, and we need to get back to more conservative and traditional type thinking for our nation's sake.
To a question, you said you're happy that people were losing their jobs over things they said about Charlie Kirk.
Absolutely.
May I ask,
Sam, honestly.
what specifically they were saying that you were happy to when they lose their jobs over?
Any type of, showing like they're happy that happened. Oh yeah, absolutely.
I mean, that.
What about people who have-
them
what
being
about
happy
people who
over
have been-
a death is wrong, but them losing their jobs over speech, isn't that like violating freedom of speech, like cancel culture type shit?
Yeah,
Or-
you're literally like your association right now to freedom is not one of responsibility, and I suggest that you start getting that. Otherwise, you're not ever going to be able to understand my line of thinking.
I don't think it's free speech. I think it's hate speech at that point. Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Well,
it's hate speech, and you guys worked
Well,
really,
hate
really
speech
hard. The left
violates
is
free speech, though.
But
Would you
doesn't
guys? Would you guys support just broadly speaking, and I'm just checking in. Would you guys support workplaces taking similar stances against the murders? People making statements about the murders of Melissa Hortman.
So in my area, it's made the news. I'm sure it's national by now. The assistant dean at the college near me that I actually went to 30 odd years ago has been fired for her social media post day of, where she basically said Kurt got what he deserved, and he, kind of the same FAFO mantra and some other kind of actually, not very good, not very pleasant, and certainly not very professional things. And she was fired from her job like the next day as the assistant dean of the university. And to be honest, I don't have a problem with it, because for so long, so many in this country have been using hate speech laws to get people fired, to get them, banned from specific areas and kicked off of Twitter and whatever for whatever speech. And you guys were certainly very happy about that. Not you guys specifically. I'm not pointing any, I'm not saying anyone in this room. I'm saying, mostly on the left. We're perfectly happy about that, but now it seems like that it's going the other direction, and everyone's very unhappy about it. Now, I personally don't care one way or the other. I think that as a constitutional conservative, I believe you should be able to say basically any damn thing. But unfortunately, nobody listened to me when that was happening, and all of these hate speech laws went into effect, and now you kind of reap what you sow in this regard. Now, as far as people turning that into action, right? Like I've heard from a bunch of different sources, that this is, for example, I'm in a very unique cross section of spaces, and in one of them, they're very much of the opinion that, this could be the banner for the next Civil War. And I've heard that. I've actually literally seen that written out, and by very dangerous people, by the way. They're not people to be taken lightly. And it's somewhat troubling to me, because to me, like and look, I'm certainly not belittling anyone, but when the left talks about acting out, I picture riots and a little bit of looting and, some annoyance, right? But when the right starts talking about acting out, it changes things entirely. And it bothers me a little bit, to be honest, even on the right. However, I don't think that I think it's talk at this point. It still bothers me. I just want it noted that, there were no riots. There's nobody, throwing bottles at people. There's nobody looting, storming shopping malls or any of that nonsense. It's just a bunch of people who are really, really sad, and some people that are really, really angry about Charlie's death. I think I've talked long enough. I'm sorry.
Okay, let me ask this.
I guess.
Could I just ask a follow-up question?
Oh yeah, Claire, go ahead.
So just to clarify, like, your position was that you, broadly speaking, just support free speech in general. You can say what you want on Twitter. Who gives a shit? You shouldn't get fired. But you appreciate the schadenfreude of people getting fired post Charlie Kirk's assassination. Is that correct?
I find it ironic.
Oh, okay. Cool. Great. And then, Uncle Cowboy, would you support people getting fired for talking shit on the lawmaker from Minnesota who got murdered back in June? Like on a similar basis to people getting fired for talking shit about Charlie Kirk or celebrating his death?
I think that was directed at CTV.
CTV, thank you.
Oh, Uncle Cowboy.
Took me a second.
Yeah, it's not a bad one, right? Yeah, I mean, like, in general, I don't like people calling for violence. I don't like it when people are celebrating, untimely deaths or just stuff like that. I'm not that guy, right? I'm the one that as soon as you do it, I'm going to be, if I'm in your friend group, I'm going to be the one looking at you like, what the fuck? Like, really? I'm going to be also one that, like, would be voting towards, people that are offices that would put laws into place that would stop you from doing what I, think is like just, unrespectful behavior. It's like, what the fuck, So it's like, on the one hand, you have the right to be able to kneel for the anthem, but on the other, you don't go to jail for it. in this instance, we're not talking about like something like that. We're talking about showing actual celebration for someone else being murdered. That's not cool. And I'm happy that these people are reaping the consequences of the speech that they were so freely allowed to fucking put out there for me to have to listen to.
Right, and you would support
Yeah.
Democrats doing the same thing in their situation.
Already
So-
happened. What the fuck are you talking about? We already endured all this. Stop with this
Well,
smug
yeah,
fucking
no,
like
but
blah blah blah.
but I
I'm
don't
not the
care what you
fucking one.
endured. I'm asking if you think that those rights, ought to be shared. Like if you're just, I can tell that you're upset about it. I
I'm
can
not
tell you're,
upset.
like,
This is
frus-
how I
you're
talk.
frustrated.
Motherfuckers been watching me for
okay,
years.
cool.
I'm
Okay.
nowhere near upset. Nowhere
Actually,
near. But
you've
what I
had
will
your-
do.
Your dog was really okay with it earlier. He's super cute. Sorry.
Y'all have gone back and
Steve,
forth on this
no-
for a second.
Steve.
Lucy, you had your
I
hand
love
raised.
this
Did you want to
Yeah,
make
yeah,
a
yeah.
point?
Because I feel like we're going a bit off topic, but I've seen people discuss hate speech laws and people getting fired for their hate speech. But I guess I'm deferring to the legal expert here because I'm not really American. But as far as I understand, there's not really hate speech laws per se in the U.S.
There's not.
So what's yeah?
As far as I'm aware, it's
What?
more an issue that people can be fired from their jobs if most jobs are at work or at will employees, and they can be fired for a range of things, including usually their political beliefs within a certain range.
Because I know that a hate crime is different from a hate speech law. No?
As long
Yeah.
as you're not directly threatening anybody's life, you can say pretty much whatever you want in America.
So why are we
Can I,
discussing hate speech laws if they're not a thing in the US?
Because it
we weren't
matters,
discussing
because
the
if
law.
We're not
you're-
talking about law, we're talking about like
We
It
was
matters because
discussing
if you're
the
in the
result.
street and you're telling somebody, hey, I would like to shoot you, and I find my gun, I would shoot you. The police is next to you, they will arrest you. It is something that is like you can be arrested for. And if you're in a job and they see you post stuff online, they have all rights to fire you because not only is not with their policies, it's also
Well,
the right
you,
to
you
just
cannot
not
really
have that attached to their-
threaten somebody who's already dead, can you?
Wait, what?
so
Alright,
this-
hold on.
Okay,
Pause.
whoa.
So let me ask. So actually, let me just as a point of clarification. Let me ask the unreasonable man. So unreasonable man, my understanding, I generally agree that I don't believe that there are a ton of specifically hate speech laws because those usually get wrapped up in First Amendment challenges. Usually, the reason why people are able to get fired from their jobs is because they're at-will employees, and then employers usually, because there are not affirmative laws to the contrary, they can be able to fire people for a range of reasons, including for their political beliefs or what they post online. Is that the case, or is there something else I'm not?
Yeah, well, it's
aware of?
also, I believe the reason I think that both of the public agencies gave is because it opens them up to civil lawsuits for civil rights violations. When you were talking about that you were glad someone is dead and you're an employee of a public something like
Really?
there's a lady being that's on leave, administrative leave right now in Nashville for some very sick things that she said, and then this obviously the
What is the threat of
State
violence?
University assistant dean was fired. Now that could also come. It may not be in law, but it could just be in their contract that they can't say anything to. Kind of.
I don't know
embarrass the
why
university
we
or something
went
like that.
down this
I don't
whole
know
hate
with the
speech
university how
laws
that works, but I'm
route.
pretty sure that what they're going
If
through.
there
in
are no
Nashville
hate
with
speech laws in the US.
lady, ambulance or 911 dispatcher is that it's going to be. I think they're looking at it from some sort of civil rights violation sort of thing.
Gotcha.
What do we
I
think
need to look
about
into that.
people who-
Yeah.
Yeah, what do we think
I
about
haven't
people who
seen. I
were-
haven't seen why she's like. The news has just said that she's being on administrative leave because they're reviewing the case, right?
Okay. Letterbox, go ahead.
What do we think about people who were like making light of it? So if maybe someone who is in a university or some crazy like lefty says something like, "Oh, it's ironic that he was like pro-gun and he thought it was worth a few deaths every year, then he gets shot." Would you think people like that should be fired? People who say that?
it's rude, but no.
It's not
rude that they
related,
say
though.
that.
Obviously, I'm asking the conservative guys, right? Yeah.
Oh, my
Oh yeah. I mean, I think it's tasteless, but it didn't bother me when people said that.
Yeah, I was actually wondering the same thing because I've seen a couple of people, or actually a lot of people online, who have basically argued like on one hand it is bad and horrible what happened to him. Political violence categorically is not justified. The act is condemned. And then say on the other hand, he himself has gone on the record to say empathy is, I can't remember the exact quote, but he said like empathy is horrible and we shouldn't do it. Some amount of gun deaths are justified to protect the Second Amendment. You know, like people have essentially said like I don't condemn Charlie Kirk's death, but he himself would condemn Charlie Kirk's death. So I mean, I guess I'm curious about like, along with Letterboxd was asking about your perspective.
Oops, sorry, I spoke over you again. I apologize.
You're all good. Go ahead.
So what Charlie himself said, and you can find this, it's probably on TikTok right now, or wherever. I actually don't know where he uploaded shit to. What he actually said is somebody actually asked him, and it's like a month ago, what would happen, you know, if because you do these events, you're putting yourself out there, you're putting yourself in danger, and you know that people don't like you. He said, I've had a great life. I will go to my God. And he had a whole line, and I'm not going to try and repeat what he said, but it was exceedingly rational and positive. That, you know, he can't live in fear, and you know, if the Lord calls him home, he's fine. Don't. And so on my show the other night, I covered this and I said that, you know, I don't feel bad for Charlie. Charlie was a very successful man. He's going to his God. I feel you know, if anything, I feel at peace that Charlie has gone to meet God. But
I feel like I'm about to stir something because I'm about to say that I'm not actually categorically against political violence because
and I think
there are many different types of violence and not all of it is bad.
Saying that, well, you know, you live by the gun, you die by the gun.
And I'm going to give a pretty big example of that.
What bothers me if you say, well, he fucked around and found out, or, you know, he probably should have kept his mouth shut, or any of these other really bad, you know, and I'm not going to get into the horrible things because it'll upset me and I will get angry and then I'll be rude and I don't want to be. But what really bothers me is there's a huge difference between saying he lived by the gun, he died by the gun, and saying, you know, he got what he deserved, or he fucked around and found out, or, you know, ha ha ha, so happy Charlie Kirk is dead.
He actually said that it's a new age thing.
Whatever.
Empathy is a new age thing and does a lot of harm.
If you can't discern a difference in that, I think that you have you're insane and you really, really need to get some personal help.
Well, I think that to kind of address what was being asked a minute ago, right? It seemed like we were talking about accountability between the internet and the real world. So it seems like regardless of what anybody else thinks, right? Legislatures are putting different controls in place. So we are heading towards a place where, you know, you are going to have to be accountable to the things that you say online, you know, versus because like the whole idea that most people, whenever they're spouting off all this other shit, at least what I'm scrolling through is it's like, you know, crazy name bot accounts that are not actually tied to people that are saying some of the most outlandish shit. So I just end up like blocking those or whatever because, you know, I only want to like know what real people think. You know, that's where we're heading towards. So if you're out there and you're saying some really outlandish and dumb shit on your like actual account, well, or if you said that in a room full of people, would you expect to get smacked? If the answer is yeah, well then there's like going to be a way to go from online to real world where you get smacked. You know,
that's why I was asking you. Obviously, so saying something like, "Oh yeah, he deserved it," or "I'm glad he did it," but there's a difference between that because that one sounds like they're kind of saying they want more of it to happen. Whereas I was asking you, would you want people to get fired if they were like joking about it or making light about it? Like, is that or gloating? Is that kind of thing the same to you? Do you think they should get fired as well? So I'm asking you, CTV.
Yeah, the man wasn't even in the ground. Yeah. There's everybody has, you know, like there, absolutely. There's kids. I mean, there's a time and a place for everything, and if you haven't learned what the time and a place, and you know, fucking holding your tongue for a bit, because there's obviously, it doesn't matter what the situation is, because comedians have been doing it for thousands of years. An ability to be able to make fun of anything or get to a place where people can laugh about a thing, right? So the whole fucking point is time and a place. And if you don't know time and a place, then you're going to get taught time and a place by society. That's just how it works.
Okay, so so would you say the same for someone joking about the Pelosi's getting attacked in their house?
Sure, there shouldn't be anybody attacking Nancy Pelosi in her house. I mean, Lord knows that woman's probably stumbling through it drunk as it is.
Okay, so you understand the difference with the reference that I made was to a elected politician who was making jokes about Pelosi getting attacked in her house, Carrie Lake. So you see
Also,
how when
Donald
we talk
Trump,
about people getting fired, so apparently you think Carrie Lake should have got fired for that?
I already made my stance clear that there should be a certain amount of
Yeah.
accountability
I
if you're
think his
calling
question
violence.
I'm just saying then,
should
yeah,
there
because
be a
it's interesting
line?
that the examples that you have
Look, man, like,
are from people like who are
I
teachers
made my
or like people at
stance.
universities,
I-
but then for the Republican side, it's people who are elected officials doing this shit. Yeah.
Well,
So I made my stance clear, right? So if you want to, like, fucking whatever it is you want to do with it, Loaderbox, right? But like, I made my
I
stance
don't think
clear.
you even know what I'm doing, but yeah, it's okay.
Well,
It's fine.
His
I think
argument
everyone
was,
knows
should there be a line? And there is clearly a miss.
Well, it's
Uh,
damn sure not getting a pair of scissors on that hair. That's for sure.
well, hold on. You can't. So wait a minute. How would you fire a politician?
Well, this
You
person was a
don't, they don't
nominee
get
for the
reelected
party.
in the
I mean, that's a
office,
really bad
or you go
example,
through a
right?
process where you
Like
take away their
That's
office.
a really bad example because the politicians get to say a lot of dumb shit and not get
That's
fired
a
for it.
really
It's
good
kind of their
example
job.
because they're super.
You don't think maybe it's different in the United States, but can parties not drop candidates?
Parties
This person was a
can
Yeah,
drop
candidate.
you not get
candidates,
elected
have-
again,
there's
but
like
once
an
she's in
extensive
office,
process.
there's only one way to remove her.
Okay, so do you think
Uh,
the Republican Party should have dropped this person for joking
They
about that?
can't
That's what I'm
drop
saying.
her.
Get money,
There's
Dre.
an
Sorry,
extensive
really quick.
process to remove a
Yeah, something.
party from office.
Get money, Dre. Then Ziz.
My turn. All right. So there's an extensive process to help remove someone from office. It takes a while. I don't know the exact intricacies of it, but like I think the most recent prominent example is what happened with George Santos and him getting removed from office. He was a congressman who was convicted of, I think, fraud and sentenced to prison. I don't know like the entire details of it, but no, like to answer your question, Loaderbox, in America, it's a lot more difficult than, let's say, in Europe or Canada. I think to remove a politician from office. Does that answer your question? I'm sorry, I'm not sure.
That's fine.
Does that answer your question, or do you?
I
Ziz,
know
you
I
also-
know we're never going to get really like any acknowledgement that these kind of jokes, when it comes to Charlie Kirk, seems to be coming from people who are not politicians, whereas it's Republican politicians who have made jokes about attacks on officials like Nancy Pelosi in the past. But like the double standard, like Republicans just
Yeah.
do this worse at a higher level than Democrats do.
Yeah.
Yeah,
As
I'm not doing that, and any time that I've seen people doing that, it's been called out. It's not something that's prominent on the right from what I see. It's definitely something that's very prominent on the left. I've been seeing it for
Really?
years now. Lots of people have been seeing it for years, from
By the way, is
Maxine
it Trump
Waters.
example?
All these people in the political
people,
scene
Maxine Waters.
voted into
All of them
office,
Maxine Waters.
calling into violence, telling people not to sit down in the same place and eat with them, and all. You got to get in their face and all this stuff. Like, that's what's been happening, right? So the left needs
you
to
give me one
start
example on the
controlling
left
their mouths, essentially.
Do you think that yelling at someone, or do you think that encouraging their constituents to, go protest their elected representatives, do you think that that is the same as saying, like, oh my God, actually, I don't even know why I'm asking this, because you do think that they're the same. You do think that it's the same as, like, Donald Trump, the president of the United States, after someone is assassinated, after everyone, like you guys have been saying, is like hurt and in pain, and they're angry and probably fucking terrified, a lot of people. And Donald Trump immediately gets on, and instead of doing anything to try and, like, quell the temperature and bring things down and pull back on Matt Walsh's fucking leash and Benny Johnson's leash and all these motherfuckers. And instead, he immediately went off on how it's all the radical left's fault. Nothing about how we're all Americans and we need to come together. He can say it's a dark time. It is a dark time. It's fucked up. We just had a major political assassination, and everyone should be afraid of the implications of that, because the implications of that are that political assassinations are now on the fucking table in America, which they technically they have been for a little while. See previous political assassinations performed by apolitical individuals, like we established.
I think I do have to say that I'm just not categorically against political violence. I feel like I'm gonna get some heat for that, but
all the product of this, like,
it's like we have to differentiate between different types of political violence. It's not all just political violence, and it's all categorically bad, because that is silly. That is silly talk.
Right now is floating on these environments where you can go down a weird furry meme hole on Discord until you become so radicalized that you go and shoot Charlie Kirk or whatever this kid's into.
That is a problem. That is a problem.
It seems like a problem. It seems like a public health problem that we could all as Americans come together, as opposed to being like, oh, the radical left. Oh, the radical left.
And one British person, Highlander Bucks.
To be clear, that's Trump's response to everything, right? It's really interesting when you compare his response to this thing right now, when even he was asked on an interview, he was asked about telling people to not seek acts of vengeance or justice or whatever, like in the streets. He said something. I think his response was something like, well, where are they going to get it? From the ballot box? Well, the ballot box is mail-in ballots, and they're very fraudulent. He completely he's never done this. Even when Melissa Hortman and her husband were killed, he just said, oh yeah, we condemn violence. He didn't say anything partisan about it, and he never has. Trump has never, ever called out his own side, unless he will occasionally be like, oh yeah, violence is bad, but also the Antifa and the Democrats and BLM.
Is the next thing coming out of your mouth, Loner Box, going to be trying to sell me on the very fine people hoax? Is that the next thing coming out of your mouth?
Do you think that's a hoax? What was actually said there? Can you remind me?
Hold on.
Them stopping the recording and then not listening to the rest of what got said.
Yeah, he said find people on both sides, but not the neo-Nazis, correct?
So I'm going to stop this line because there's a much more... Hold on, Ziz, before you go, because there's a much more relevant topic that I think is worth talking about. So, Claire, the quote that you brought up, I think actually Trump recently went on to an interview and said it was more than just, oh, I blame the left, the radical left. He also said, I don't really blame the radical right, because he said that the radical right is more concerned with stopping crime and such in the U.S. Like, he affirmatively recently went on the defense of the radical right. So I mean, like we don't need to go down this whole other conversation. Like, I feel like there's a much more recent topic, a recent example that y'all can talk about.
Yeah, goddamn.
The history of trying to, what's the term? Rile up people his supporters. He has a history of doing that.
Now, they'd rather talk about find people on both sides, even though
yeah,
one of the sides was a neo-Nazi side. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, can we just talk about how that's that's a blatant support of violence? You know, it's like putting two types of violence on a scale and saying, I favor this violence. As the fucking president of the United States of America. Like, that I feel like that position, I don't know, like, that should mean something, right? Like, it should mean something. It should mean something.
Unreasonable Man and CTV, let me ask you, because, I mean, like, I could imagine, I wouldn't agree with this position, but I could imagine a reasonable defense of his statements being like, well, he said that the radical right is more focused on trying to reduce crime or trying to combat crime, and that's not the same as radical left. I don't buy that. What are your thoughts on that? Like, do you think, because I, like, personally, taking myself out of the moderator role, that feels pretty divisive. Like, I feel like that's not something that was ever mimicked by someone, by like Biden, for example. But what are your thoughts?
All it feels to me is just it's bait. You know what I mean? It doesn't feel like it's going to lead to any type of like informed discussion. That's what it feels like, right? Because if there was a radical right, like, you know, white Christian nationalists trying to take over the country, you know, fuck everybody else, they're going to load them up into concentration camps type thing, which is what the left tries to fucking sell, right?
That's what reality tries to sell, my guy.
I mean, the Heritage Foundation Project.
No. that's literally like your interpretation.
No,
And
it's
that's the other
actual
thing
white
too.
hate groups. They do exist. They're not like fucking
Project
fairy tale
2025
stories.
exists.
Let's see it. Hold on, everyone. Pause. CT. Sorry, if you had a thought that you want to finish, go ahead.
Well, everything that people take in, right, is taken in through their own filter, whatever it is, right? So if in life you happen to be in survivor mode, you're going to see things a lot different than someone that is not in that type of mode. They're in a into their business, they're into their family, they're into their church. There's different modes that people have been, and then when they're taking in information, all of it goes through the filter, right? So if they were raised with a certain bias, then they're going to take it in through that bias, right? The whole idea in life is to be able to understand that there's all of these different filters and biases and things that can affect the way in which you see something. And what you have to have is a core set of principles that you always come back to. Otherwise, all you are is just a fluid being, that is just, wishy-washy with the wind, right? You never actually stand for anything. So that's the you have to have the truth. There's one reality that we all live in. It's not subject to, varying degrees of internal interpretation by individuals, right? It's hard right in front of us every single day, and we're living it. That's how the whole thing feels.
There's a lot of irony baked into you saying wishy-washy there.
Yeah, holy
can I just throw out one statement that none of you guys are ever going to be able to rebut? In the month leading up to January 6th and on the day, Trump riled up more violence against Republicans, just Republicans, than any Democrat politician has in the last 20 years. Go.
Yeah, on the day of January
and the build-up, the month building up,
6th, I
because he
was
obviously
very
sent a fucking mob to
surprised
people like Rusty
that
Bowers'
things
house and
unfolded the
shit.
way that they did. I was actually
hold on.
streaming when it happened, but
Hold on.
I was surprised that things ended up the way that it did.
Unreasonable man, go ahead.
So, all right, if we really want to relitigate January 6th, let's point out that January 6th was considerably less violent than a protest that happened in the Capitol not long before that, where they actually did burn down a building, and yet you never want to take responsibility for it. I really get sick of this nonsense blather from leftists, and I'm assuming you are a
They can't engage
leftist
with
now.
it. They just can't engage with it. It's ridiculous.
No,
I
you
said
can't
Trump,
engage. You never get
specifically
engaged with the fact
Trump,
that-
who is the
that-
president,
that
not
something-
random people on Twitter, not random
Continue to
commentators.
talk
Trump,
over me,
the
that's fine,
president.
thank you.
Yes, the
Yes,
president.
when you have the weaker position, you have to do that.
Put Republicans in danger.
you
Put
are
more
an idiot.
Republicans in danger than
Every
any
time,
Democrat
just let him
politician has in the last
grind
10
his
years.
gears.
Hold on,
Let me
all
go
right.
in a minute.
Hold on. Unreasonable man, go ahead, and then Loner Box, you can respond.
Yeah. So when it's again, I get that he just wants to constantly do Jan 6 stuff. So here's the deal. If there was actually anything to January 6th, all of the people tried would have actually not been railroaded, and they were. The legal documents support that, and they're going through those as we speak. There's somebody that I actually know that was there that's going through litigation against the government right now, which is, and he's probably going to win. But it's really interesting that you want to keep relitigating this, but you just ignore everything. You ignore the feds. You ignore the masked people in black that just came out of nowhere all of a sudden that were armed. You ignore the video of people dropping guns. You ignore all of the facts, but you just want to key on specific talking points. And I'm sick of talking points. Just be honest, be genuine, right? Like the whole, like when Trump asked for more National Guard, more patrol people, National Guard, all of that, and it was denied. Why? Okay, sure, that's a thing, whatever. But if we really want to talk about, actual like violence, right? Well, first of all, I don't think this country has seen actual violence from the right in a few decades. You will know it when it happens because unfortunately, the right has far more violent people than the left. I will freely admit that. I know a lot of them. However, they are also the more controlled people, the more based people, and the more people that tend to live in reality, and not not whatever this is. I've engaged with your Jan 6 thing. If you want to make
You
this a
haven't,
Jan
just to be
6
clear.
document,
Just to be
I'll
clear,
go-
what you just said
I'll-
about what you just said about January 6th, what you just said about
pull up
Trump
my
trying to
January
get the
6th
National Guard.
file,
Who's
and I will
who's
go
is it?
through
Since when was it?
everything. Make my point.
No, since when was it Nancy Pelosi's responsibility to bring the National Guard? Why did Defense Secretary Christopher Miller literally testify that there was no order? Trump never officially ordered the National Guard into DC for January 6th. He didn't.
He's the only reason they were
There's
there,
no
and
evidence
then
of him
he
doing
sent
that.
it this year on his second term.
Yeah, it's kind of the president who's able to do that, right? If he'd actually officially ordered it, you would have had it, but he didn't do it.
wasn't
It's
just
a
the
lie.
national
It's just that
debt.
what you just said is a fucking lie. It's just a lie.
It's not a lie.
It is.
I have another point that I don't think the
It's
servers
not.
would make, but another point. Objectively speaking,
Step
I
away for
said
2
earlier
seconds.
in
I'll
the
be right
point-
back.
Only listen to one person at a time.
All right, come here.
Do you think if
I
Trump's just like having is just having his breakfast and he just says, "Oh yeah, maybe we need the National Guard," is that a request
I
for
feel
the
like
National
this
Guard?
panel is very
request?
unfocused.
Do you think he just
I don't think
wills
that's what happened.
orders
Were you
into
there? Were you
existence?
sitting there? I don't think that's
I've
what
listened to
happened.
the testimonies. What do you mean? Were you sitting there? Like, is everything that we haven't seen with our own eyes fake? What a fucking stupid remark! What
It
are
is
you
a
talking
stupid
about?
remark because you're listening to testimony by people who have a
This
motivation.
is a
to
very
not
unfocused
be
panel, I feel
compliant.
like. It's just
People who
jumping
were-
all over
what,
the
like-
place.
like his defense
It's an
secretary?
interesting thing when we talk about
Hey,
testimony.
unreasonable man.
There's a
It's
call and
my
there's tweets the whole
understanding
time.
that
Okay,
at
where's the
the
official
time,
request
I
then?
can only
it
listen
wasn't
to
the
one
direct
person
authority
at a
of
time.
the president to be able to send the National Guard. But since then, right, that process has been streamed legislatively to where the president now controls the National Guard, police, etc., a lot more closely than what they did before. And it's specifically because of that we're not going to be seeing any type of miscommunications or anything like that moving forward. That's my understanding. Is that correct?
No, again, there's no one has given any evidence ever that Trump made an official
a little
request for the
bit.
National Guard. He might have mentioned it in passing, but that's not how a request works. That's ridiculous.
His argument is that he couldn't before, and since January 6th, now we can. That is not true.
Who said that?
Me.
Yeah, that's my understanding, right?
Oh.
Because now there was a change to where the president now there's what was that whole thing with there's less crime in DC now because there was a change in the way fucking law enforcement's happening there. What's up with that?
There's army in the street. That's why.
Crime was at a 30-year low in DC before Trump decided to bring the army in DC.
Okay, hold on. Pause. We are now officially incredibly afield of the original topic. We're at about an hour and a half in. I want to bring us in to, maybe the final topic. I don't know. We'll feel it out. But this is kind of the main point that I feel like we haven't touched on yet. So Charlie Kirk was assassinated, notably a very large online political figure. As far as we're aware, this is the first of this kind of an assassination to happen, specifically targeting someone for their presence online. What implications does this have for us as political content creators going forward, right? Like, what does this mean for us? What are the implications? Where do we go from here? Go ahead.
Unfortunately, unless something is done in like the political, like the message, like the flames of the political extremism are toned down, this is going to be the first of many. I think that people, especially since the pandemic, have lived much of their lives online, and as a result, are drawn to extremism a lot quicker. We need to come together as Americans. We need to go outside and talk to other people, maybe not don't agree with us, which is what we're doing here. We need to prevent some shit like this from happening again.
Need to come together as Americans and what, Brett Bonger? Hey, Leonard Box.
And a Polish person.
Or like people
Right,
in
sorry.
general. You know what I mean. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no, I gotcha.
But yeah, people need to come together and touch grass. Go outside, touch grass. Take your dog for a walk. Go join like a running club or a recreational sports team or something. Like, go outside and talk to other people, because ever since the pandemic, political extremism has been getting way worse.
additional addendum to the question I just asked, is that super likely? Because sure, yeah, I also would like if
I
we
don't
all
know.
got together and sung Kumbaya
I
and
don't
were super duper happy all the time. That would be great. We would be in
I don't know.
a fantastic
That's gonna-
society. But like, you know, that's kind of the reason I wanted to have this panel, is because it feels like there's a lot of political division and it doesn't seem like it's slowing down in the near future.
Again, since the pandemic. Sorry, Archie, I didn't mean to interrupt you there.
You're all good. Yeah, go ahead.
Ever since the pandemic, like third spaces, like hangout areas, a lot of them have been disappearing, or like been closed down across the country. That's a problem, especially since that, like, you know, like clubs, bars, like that sort of those sort of environments, like community centers, a lot of them have been closing down due to a lack of investment into like community centers and stuff like that. We need to have like a third space. I know other countries still have like their third spaces active. We need to have like a third space rather than just work and home, where people can like get together, talk together. That's how we solve the political division in the country, not by sitting around on Twitter all fucking day.
CTV, the Unreasonable Man. I'm interested in your thoughts on this.
Well, I mean, I think that certainly there's more what I would consider radicalized people out there. And it's an interest. I mean, and I see this across a bunch of different venues, forums, and groups that I'm a part of in some way or the other. You know, you have young men believing that they can't date. You have young women thinking that they'll get rich on OnlyFans. You've got a bunch of different people out there telling people all sorts of things, and they get into these clusters where, and they live a lot of their lives online. So once they're in that group, they don't really get a lot of other information, and so it's
That's true.
when you
Moho, you're
have
right.
that, that's a mind control technique, and it's very effective. And people can become radicalized very quickly without even knowing it, to be honest with you. And I see it happening more and more. I try, you know, in my own program, I try and talk people into, you know, being more in touch with reality and not getting caught up and trying to figure out like specific minutia and getting fixated on things because, you know, most often it just leads you down a rabbit hole that burns you out. Getting outside, touching grass, sure, obviously, I think that's a great thing. I think that everybody ought to be a lot more involved in their communities, whatever those communities may be. I'm old, so, you know, I have maybe a different point of view, and I do a lot of different things, and have a lot of varied interest. So for me, I don't see this in my own life without having to go look for it. You know, I don't see people becoming radicalized unless I actually go outside of my sphere to look for it. But it is happening, and I think it's happening far easier than it ever has before, because, you know, people can live their entire lives online in an echo chamber, and it's evil. It's just evil.
CTV or Lonerbox, either of you have thoughts on this?
Yeah, it's we're going to have to get to a situation where people start to understand that their online life is not reality, right? And once they start to understand that, then they'll start to figure out some semblance of truth. There's a lot of that happening now, and has, I would say, for the last 6 months to a year. A lot more people are waking up to to a lot of the truths in the world. So the more that happens, the more the temperature will come down naturally. And unfortunately, we're all stuck in the situation having to deal with somebody that made a terrible decision and took a great man out of the world simply because of what he believed. Most people are sad about it. I mean, and the ones that feel like something else needs to happen, I'm sure, if they cared about Charlie at all, they'd be listening to what he would say, and what he would say is, not to be committing violence on his behalf. So we're all just gonna live with the rest of that.
Okay, Lucy, do you have your hand up? You can go ahead. if you want.
Yes. Well, there's a couple of things here. One is that I feel like the topic became a little bit confused because we are conflating different types of violence. A specific type, which is political assassination, rioting, protesting, and January 6th, which is its own separate topic, in my opinion. If we are to just talk about political violence as a whole, as this big umbrella category, then I would probably have a little bit of a different stance because I'm, for one, not categorically against all types of political violence. I come from Poland, and historically, my country has been a part of the Eastern Bloc, and there has been this well-known movement called the Solidarity Movement, and this movement has not always been peaceful. It has clashed with the old regime that has fallen in 1989, and that was a type of political violence, and I cannot say that I am categorically against it, as I am against political assassination as a solution to political division. And in my opinion, there is no solving political division. We will always have political division. The question isn't how do we solve division. The question is how do we resolve those contradictions in beliefs and in policy prescriptions. It's not, you cannot heal division. You will always have it. The question is how you address it. And my answer is you do not address it through political assassination of people of different political affiliation than your own.
You're muted, RGR. You're muted.
Yep, sorry. Ziz, I see that you have your hand up. Go ahead.
Thank you. Well, my prescription is going to be pretty much a little bit of a mix of everything. My most centrist take of the night. I really think that Trump needs to be taken out of office. I don't think Republicans can be trusted in power, especially right now with him at the top. I think people need repercussions on the left. I think people should get fired. And I think people on the right should get fired in a position of power as well. I think we need something to be enforced, either laws or whatever. I don't think hate speech laws are the thing to do, but I think we should be enforcing policies to say what the line is and where to stop on both sides.
Yeah, it sounds like things are winding down. I'm going to go ahead. We're going to go into closings now. You can talk about whatever you want to and also shout yourself out. We'll go around one time and everyone can be able to give their final thoughts on whatever you want to from the evening and then shout out your platforms. Sound good? Cool.
Yeah.
Ziz, we'll start with you if you want to add on anything or if you want to shout yourself out, go for it.
That was pretty much my closing statement. I think it's a tragedy that Charlie Kirk got killed for expressing his free speech, and people are saying that he got killed because he was stepping on everybody's other free speech, which is kind of weird. But yeah, rip Charlie Kirk, and yeah, get Joe Biden back in the presidency. Cure his cancer, get him back. That's what I want.
Well, cool. Lucy, you already also kind of gave a closing statement. If you want, you can add anything, and if you want to, otherwise you can shout yourself out.
Yes, I'm Lucy Hadze. I already said I'm the biggest Polish trans political creator. And I guess you can find me on my YouTube, Lucy Hadze, Twitch, Lucy Hadze. And yes.
Cool.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Claire, do you want to go ahead? You can give closing, and then if you want to shout yourself out, go for it.
Sure. Yeah. I don't have anything to shout out. Don't find me. Don't look for me. I don't want to talk to you. I would. I just want to echo what Governor Cox said after Charlie Kirk was killed, which is that social media has played a direct role in every single assassination and assassination attempt that we've seen over the last 5-6 years. Cancer probably isn't a strong enough word. And I just want to follow that up by saying that the one person who has the most power and has been the most actively cancerous and divisive and angry is the President of the United States, Donald Trump, who continues to stoke these conflicts. And no matter how hard the Democrats try, he's just going to keep pushing until he finally strokes the rest of the way out. So I don't know. I don't live on the internet. You guys were. This is fun. I thought my brain would explode. Love you.
Me too. Thank you so much. Vince, go ahead if you want to.
I don't have much to add. I only have one question to Unreasonable Man, but before that, I'm gonna shout out my socials against it. Real Wizzygoth on everywhere. And my question to Unreasonable Man is the one that I initially asked in the beginning of the panel.
Which Fido?
Do you think that when Trump on January 6th said that we should abolish the Constitution, do you, as a constitutionalist yourself, do you denounce that?
I'm not aware that he's actually said that.
Did he not?
No, he did. It's just this is the typical MAGA response. It's always, oh, I didn't know about that one. Yeah.
I actually have a question, if I can ask it. Is it okay if I ask a question after the thing?
More debate.
Sure, go ahead. Real quick.
About constitutionalism, because if it's not in the Constitution, then you say that it should be thrown out, yeah? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I think if it's not in the Constitution, we shouldn't be doing it.
But the U.S.,
consider it very
the U.S., as I understand it, has codified law, and that codified law is not in the Constitution. Does that mean that we should
Dude,
I don't get it.
One at a fucking time. I'm trying to listen to this person. I'm just calm down.
If it's like a brief question, I'm gonna.
Yeah, it's a brief question. If it's like, as I understand it, like
I can explain this really quickly, right? So the Constitution expresses or established laws to govern the entire country, which were limited in scope. State laws were to reign supreme. This is the way it's supposed to work. However, we kind of got away from that over the years. That's that's not the way it works anymore. As a matter of fact, oftentimes federal and state laws exactly oppose each other. Currently, right now, the best illustration is the pot laws, right? Legal in a lot of states, illegal federally. So this is a problem that we have, and this is why the Constitution should be reduced back down to where it was, and not. And we ought to be much more interested in making state laws stronger and more the law of the land than federal law. But and I'm happy to teach a civics lessons at some point. I'm horrible at it, but I can try. But that's not really what I came here to do.
Okay, thank you. And then on that note, the Unreasonable Man, if you want to make your closing statements and then shout yourself out, you can do so now. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. I am an Unreasonable Man. You can find me on YouTube, Twitch, X, all over the place. I don't actually interact much on X, to be honest. I just whatever. But I do a show 5 times a week, 2 daytime shows, 3 nighttime shows.
So how did I do, even though I didn't say much?
So you can find me pretty easily.
Cool. Thank you. Next, Get Money Dre.
Hello, everybody. Get Money Dre. I host No Echo Chambers on YouTube. That's at No Echo Chambers on YouTube. No Echo YT on X. Also, No Echo Chambers on Twitch. And I also wanted to. My show, No Echo Chambers. I want to help bridge the political divide. I want to talk to leftists, rightists, anybody in between who's going to have a civil discussion.
There's no bridging the political divide.
Is that I said something at the beginning of the panel that I cited a study by the ADL. 76%.
What was the great thing that I said?
Political violence, political-related murders in the past decade have been done by right.
I want to hear your joke.
I'm not saying all right-wingers are murderers.
Awesome.
Most aren't, right? You know, like especially like I'm a centrist. On the left, people say that all right-wingers are this and that. I don't think it's true, and I want to help bridge the divide. Who's the gentleman, Unreasonable Man? I like your setup back there.
Oh, thank you.
Like,
I just changed it the other day. It was different,
there's no
I changed my
bridging the
setup.
divide.
So.
I hate to say it.
Yeah, I like that setup.
Thank you.
I might have to get like a big.
That's my competition rifle, and above it is a 308 AR-10. I'm a competitive shooter.
Oh, really? I've been meaning to get into that. So.
All right. Yeah. Next. Oh, go ahead.
I was still going. I'll be done quickly. I want to thank RGR for having the panel tonight. Thank you all.
I've not been interrupted
Starbucks
much,
and
actually.
I don't know the rest of you guys.
I've only been interrupted when I asked that totally unrelated question at the end.
Political violence has no place in this country. Like, assassinations of podcasters.
And I didn't have anything to press them on. That was a very confused panel.
Dictator in America, which there's not. Trump is not Hitler's level. I want to say that very clearly.
Like everybody was talking about everything, about riots. It's like I said at the end.
As of now, hopefully,
we should have been talking about political assassination, but we've been talking about BLM protests, January 6th, and everything
Thank
in
you.
between.
Next, CTV, closing statements, and then shout yourself out if you so want to. You can do whatever you want. Not whatever.
All right. Woo. Woo. Everybody take a
not have
deep
been
breath. Okay.
A
so
discussion
we're gonna close this
about
out
all
with
types of political violence.
RGR, thanks for hosting the panel. You had to endure some stuff on the closeouts there. It's like, woo, clearly
fun.
not. Yeah, it's fun. It's fun, right? So,
But that would be off topic. That would not be in the purview of the conversation about the US.
I'm looking forward to hosting conversations with individual conversations. The panel thing is a little bit different. That's where you got to get a little bit louder. But individual conversations with folks. So anybody that's interested, reach out in Discord. We're going to be getting to that again. So, as always, I want everybody to remember that you're not alone in this world, that there are good people around you that are dependent on you to a degree to take care of yourself. So do that and help everyone out.
Amen.
Thank you, CTV. And then lastly, Loner Box, you got the last word. You can make whatever kind of closing you want to and shout yourself out. You got the floor.
Yeah, it's really shit that Charlie Kirk got killed. I don't think that's the right way to resolve political issues in a country that is still, touch wood, a democracy. We don't know for how long. At the end of the day, though, this kind of stuff is going to keep on happening, and there is a definite need to turn down the temperature. The problem is that the person who most urgently could be called to turn down the temperature on his own side is the president of the United States, and he is not going to do it. He has never shown any desire to do it, whether or not it was pipe bombs being sent to Obama, Clinton, and Biden, whether it was an attempted kidnapping of Gretchen Whitmer, whether it was the attack on the Pelosi's, whether it was the shootings at the homes of 4 Democrat officials in New Mexico, or the attempted assassination of Josh Shapiro, or the murder of Melissa Hortman and her husband. You will never see Trump saying that his own side needs to calm down. He will threaten Republicans more than any Democrat does. When he had Rusty Bowers, who was a Trump loyalist all the way through the first term, all the way up until he said there was no proof of electoral fraud in Arizona, then Trump called him a traitor on Twitter, and then 9 times afterwards, on separate occasions, he has people turning up to his house with guns, calling him a pedophile, and giving his daughter nightmares and making them have to move house. Or you have Trump and Giuliani picking out 2 random fucking electoral workers, accusing them of handing out USBs and crack cocaine, and then to the point that they had to sue Giuliani for defamation for over $150 million. They also had their lives uprooted and had to move house because of the targets that were put on their backs. They will never take accountability for this.
That is
Trump,
true.
The reason he has a different vice president right now
And
is
that's
because
why-
his last one had a
That's why
bunch
it
of
was
Trump
not
loyalists
okay
and Trump
to talk about
supporters
the
in January 6th in
BLM
the Capitol
protests because
calling
they
to
were a
hang him.
response to
When Trump was
something
informed
else,
of
and
this
I
by
didn't
Kevin
really want to
McCarthy,
get into it
he
because
said,
that's
"Well,
not
Kevin,
within
I
the
guess these
topic.
people are more upset about the election
It
than
was
you
a
are."
response to the
I'm a
killing
big
of
believer in conservative values. I like personal responsibility.
killing.
But, it's quite telling that I challenge the MAGA people or the conservatives on this panel to come up with any example of Democrats doing something like this in the last 10 years. The one example I got was Maxine Waters, whose worst offense was telling people to break a curfew with a nonviolent protest, to protest past curfew over the Derek Chauvin trial.
Or the
there's
burning
no
of federal
accountability.
buildings,
There's
etc.
no-
Don't
Yeah, which Maxine
try to
Waters
lie
did
at the
not-
end.
which Maxine Waters was
CTV,
not
hold on.
behind, which every Democratic politician condemned. Sorry, I don't know. Just, you're going to keep getting this, and MAGA are getting this because they want it. This is the world they asked for. RIP.
I disagree with the end, but true and real.
All right. And with that, thank you all so much for joining. I really appreciate you all being here. We will host more panels in the future. I hope that you all, I hope that people don't walk away with too negative feelings. And thank you so much for joining. I really appreciate it. Check out Riley Grace Roshong viewers if you want to, or check out RileyGraceRoshong.com if you want to support the stream and what I'm doing here. And have a good night, everybody.
Thanks for having me.
Bye-bye.
Good night, everybody.
Yeah. Thank you all so much. Bye.
Bye-bye. Well, everybody left. I'm left all alone. We're gonna be talking to a streamer in a moment, by the way. We have a collab. I actually I wasn't aware that this panel was today. I wasn't even 100% aware that I was accepted for this panel, so I just gotta like, join the panel, let's go, it started. I'm like, oh, okay. You know? And so I joined. But if I have not said enough, maybe it's because of that, but I don't know, you can ask me whatever you want. I'm supposed to talk in 8 minutes. I'm gonna go grab a drink real quick. Write what do you thought of my performance in this thing. Write your opinions. Let's see, when are you going to ask the hard questions? There were no hard questions to ask here, to be quite honest, because this panel was all over the place. It was very unfocused, in my opinion. Like, if we had a focused panel, then maybe I'd ask some harder questions, but like, what were we talking about? Were we talking about riots? Were we talking about political assassination? Were we talking about January? So there were 3 different topics. And we did not stay on one for a moment. When I get 5,000 viewers and super a lot of donations, and I'll be rich and be able to isolate myself from everything, and my dog will I guess start to dictate my talking points. See, I did one good point. I didn't have to talk a lot, but when I talked a little bit, I talked with purpose, okay? That is, I guess, listen, I talk with a purpose. I don't like to talk for the sake of talking. I like to talk with purpose. Who added? What? Oh. Who added me to friends? Yeah, 1 hit KO point, thank you. I did well. I gotta go grab a drink, and you write in the chat if I did well with that at least 1 point, and I'll be okay. Right back. All right, I'm going to grab a drink. We're gonna have a guest. Yes, please. Okay, I'll be right back.
Sure. I know. Sure.
I'm back. Hmm. Bushu, no tak. Mishu Pishu? Mishu Bushu? Pyro came to me for a moment during the panel. He was very excited. Uh... But yes, there's no such thing as healing political division. The only way to actually heal the political division, for example, would be to for trans folks to agree that trans people are okay, deserve to exist. That's healing the political division. Okay, not a nice agree to disagree. The division still exists. Okay, you haven't healed anything. My goodness. Oh my gosh, the jokes. Okay, I guess I'm gonna make the game louder for now. Wait, what the hell? I'm gonna wait for the call from the... You know. How many people are watching right now? 13. Don't go anywhere. I'm still gonna talk to somebody in a moment. They are streaming and they're gonna have me on. So this is going to be a little bit more engaged on my part. I guess I should ask, what does that mean even, to heal political differences? You know? What does that even mean? To heal political division? Nobody has called me slurs yet in the comments. I mean, yeah, exactly. It is kind of like people talk about polarization division. I feel like it's kind of pointless because what kind of solution do you want? Mind control, says Moho. It's like I said, which I hope you have heard, that it's not about healing political division. It's about resolving these differences, these contradictions, as I've phrased it. You know? It's about how you resolve those divisions and not about yeah, of course you'll be, and that division will not go away no matter what. Okay, like transphobes versus people that believe that trans people have a right to exist. That division is not just going to how do you heal that exactly, apart from one side winning, quote unquote?
This will hurt.
I'll manage. I've got this. Last ditch effort.
You know what I mean?
Brace yourselves.
Get ready.
I feel like I'm doing good with the...
Ready to parry.
No margin for error.
Okay, it's time. Can somebody, Philippe August, can you go to the person's Twitch stream and say that I'm ready? Whenever they are. I'm not killing them, I'm defeating them. This is a trial.
No margin for error.
Luna, careful.
Why they distracted me?
Please, my
Plus, arguably I'm defending myself.
you can do it.
Last chance. Mon Dieu.
You could do better.
I'm not going to their house. You're being racist against me.
I've got this.
They had it coming.
Shout my out.
I think.
Okay.
Watch out my out.
Hurry it.
Get ready.
Oh my god, yes, they do deserve it. Look at what they did to me.
Parry.
Like, what the hell was that?
Blade shot.
Oh my god. I hate dying to that. Ah, Mehdi Hassan. Okay. Mehdi Hassan. Which one? There's a new one?
Watch out. Incoming.
Let's spill some ink.
Let's spill some ink.
Last chance.
Last chance.
Giving up.
Alright. Alright. I'm gonna make the game quiet now because I have a super cool guest. Or I'm a guest. Hello, Estelle. I'm having a conversation now with a person called Alex. Mehdi Hassan is your new husband, Lucy. Sorry, have I missed something? Yes, Mehdi Hassan is my new husband ever since Steven has proven to be a disappointment, and I have found myself a less problematic husband. One that actually knows what he's talking about and is cool. Okay. Think. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, hello. Wait, hold on. I'll pop you off. I have to pop you out. How do I pop you out?
I think there should be. Let me see.
I don't see the button to pop you out.
I don't see it either. That's weird.
It is weird because I wanna show you.
Do you want me to turn on my camera?
Yeah, maybe that'll show that. Yes, now I can see the pop off. Yes, now that I am turning on the camera, I can pop you up off. I've popped you off.
Okay. Okay. I
now,
did it as well, but I don't see myself.
That's probably because you have a different source for the camera, and your camera can probably just take one source at a time. So you probably have to turn off your camera in that different source and turn it on Discord.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. Actually, yeah, let me just do that. I think that should be okay. Okay, chat, I am going to be turning off my camera on... Okay. Whoops. Don't mean to do that. Okay, let me try again here.
Yeah.
Classic leftist tech issues, eh?
True. Hold on. I am trying to. Oh, I am eaten. Yes. It is all classic. There you go. Should be visible now. I do. My chat is complaining.
Okay, I think you should be able to see me now.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me see. Yes. How do I switch to that view where you can see a couple of people at once?
I think it's the 3 dots, and then you click on grid view.
Yes. Excellent. Perfect. See, we have solved Discord.
We have, yes. We figured it out.
Yes.
Okay, should we start?
Yeah, of course. I'm already live. I've been in a panel.
Me too.
I've been on a panel that was very chaotic.
Okay, do you want to tell us about that panel?
Oh,
what you guys were talking about?
It was about the killing of Charlie Kirk and who incites political violence. And the reason why it was confused because the topic of political violence was just all mashed together, and I feel like we should have focused on the topic of political assassination because I'm not categorically against political violence as a thing. If that makes sense.
Yeah, that's fair.
And I gave the example of the Polish solidarity movement during the 70s and 80s, that movement has not always been non-violent, but nevertheless, I will not condemn it as bad because that violence was justified in my view.
That's fair. Yeah. So before we start talking about politics, do you want to maybe just introduce yourself and your stream for, to my community?
Sorry?
Before we start talking about politics, would you like to maybe introduce yourself and your community, or sorry, your stream, just for the sake of my viewers who might not be familiar with you?
Yeah, of course. My name is Lucy Hadze. I'm the biggest Polish trans content creator, political. I do history, politics, I cover the news a lot. I do gaming. Sometimes I do languages. I mostly cover the war in Ukraine. I travel to Ukraine a lot to do reporting on the situation of the children in the war, how they experience the war, with a focus on the kidnapped children by the Russian Federation for the purpose of Russification. And my article is about to be printed in a magazine called The New Eastern Europe. And that's basically it. I would consider myself a leftist.
Okay, that's awesome. I totally forgot to ask my chat if they can hear us okay. Chat, can you hear us both okay? I think they should be able to, but just confirming. Okay, we hear you. Yeah, sounds good. Awesome. Great.
Yes.
Well, just for your chat.
Yes.
My name's Alexandria. I'm also known as Ali for short. I run a broadcast here on Twitch called the Alexandria Star Broadcast, where I inform, educate, and entertain people. I mostly talk about politics, but sometimes I will talk about a little bit about pop culture, about fashion, maybe about science. I also sometimes do movie nights. I do a little bit of gaming sometimes. But for the most part, I do politics. And I focus on American and Canadian politics for the most part, but I will also talk about other things. I talk about imperialism in other places, colonialism in other places. For example, I'll often talk about, the place where I am from, which is Kashmir. Kashmir is, it's a place that's illegally occupied by India, China, and Pakistan.
Right.
So I'll sometimes talk about that. Sometimes I talk about, other Asian politics. I'll of course talk about the genocide that's going on in Palestine.
Right, in Gaza, yeah.
So yeah, just I guess that's my stream. It's just a little bit of everything, and I have a very sweet, very entertaining community who keep me company while I talk about these things.
Alrighty. I guess there are a couple of topics that we can talk about. Because
all right.
Have you heard about what is your how should I begin? What is your standing when it comes to the entirety of the war in Ukraine?
Yeah, of course. I think it's I think Russia unjustifiably invaded Ukraine. Yeah, Russia's actions are, don't worry, I'm not one of those weird leftists who for some reason defends Russia.
Yeah.
I think, Russia's actions are completely unjustifiable, and it is the aggressor in this situation.
Yeah. Genocidal aggressor, I would even say.
Yeah.
Since the kidnapping of children falls under the UN Convention of Prevention and Punishment of Genocide. Forcefully moving transferring children from one group to the other forcefully.
Yeah.
That is the purview of my work. And have you heard of the recent Russian entrance into Poland via 19 drones and 1 missile, which has not been...
Yeah.
What is your...
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that. I haven't heard, I'm not informed too much about it, just because that isn't my area of I guess expertise or what I talk about. But I did hear that there were a bunch of Russian drones that were caught in Polish airspace.
Yes.
And I heard about how a lot of European leaders were understandably condemning that, and I think the Polish Prime Minister Donald Tusk, I think he was condemning it as well, and he was pissed off about that. So that's all that I heard, but you'd be the best person to inform us about what's going on and how that's being talked about in Polish politics.
Yeah, I personally feel like, well, it's being talked about, interestingly enough, it's being talked about, of course, as a Russian provocation, as a Russian test of how NATO will respond, of what NATO will do should Russia, for example, enter the Baltics. That is basically how it's being talked about for the most part. That Poland has invoked Article 4, the NATO Article 4, which means a conversation between NATO members, a consultation during which it has been decided to strengthen Polish anti-air capabilities as well as military capabilities. But of course, to me, that is not the outcome that I've been hoping for. The outcome that I have been hoping for, which I guess I will not get, was that NATO and Poland would just much strongly support Ukraine. That Poland would, at the very minimum, decide that if Russian flying objects have entered the airspace of Poland, that Poland's response would be to not allow these objects to enter the Polish space to begin with, which would mean in practice shooting down those objects while they are still in Ukraine, which would mean defending the Ukrainian skies from drones and missiles and whatever else the Russians use every single day to terrorize Ukrainian cities, which I have been in Ukraine many times when some of the biggest attacks since the start of the war have been happening. Some of the bombings, drone attacks have caused the building that I usually stay at to shake. And of course, I've been in Kyiv when the infamous missile strike on the Children's Cancer Hospital happened. I heard the missile fly over the roof of the building that I stayed in at the time, and then I heard a loud explosion, and it turned out to be the attack on a children's cancer hospital. So, yeah. That's...
How long ago was this when you visited Ukraine?
It was about a month ago.
Oh,
a month and a half ago.
This is recent.
It's like I'm going to return there soon to do more reporting on children.
Mm-hmm.
So far I've done this without any proper certification, without any proper not certification, without any proper credentials, without any proper journalist or press credentials, but there's a magazine that is willing to help me out with that now, so I'll probably be going there with as more officially, which will open doors for me to more places, but also more dangerous places.
Okay, well, that's awesome. That you get to cover this, and you have the magazine that's backing you up this time. What's the magazine again? I think you did mention it.
New Eastern Europe, Nowa Europa Wschodnia,
New
in
Eastern
Polish.
Europe. Okay.
Yes, they said that they would. If I could get military credentials from the Ukrainian armed forces, then I could probably be moving around to places closer to the front line proper, which would allow me to do a lot more than I've been doing thus far. But that would, of course, come with a lot more danger.
Yeah, understandably. But well, that's awesome though. That is important journalism that you'd be doing. And who knows, maybe we'll call you when you're on the front lines to get some updates from you on what's going on. But yeah, anything else that you'd like to share about how this is being talked about in Poland right now? Like, is there has the atmosphere of support for Ukraine sort of decreased in the last couple of years in Europe, and especially
in
Poland,
Europe?
in
It
your
has.
opinion?
In Poland, there's a rising anti-immigration sentiment, which is very unfortunate. There is a lot of bigotry and racism happening, and this also has extended to Ukrainian people living in Poland. I have heard a lot of sentiment of Ukrainian people are just leeching the usual arguments that you can hear about immigrants, that they're leeching on the system, that they are just here to destroy everything. It has been stoked by a far right party that functions in Poland. Thank God it's a marginal party, but unfortunately it has gained some more traction as of recent, and its messaging has gained more traction. Of course, the argument of leeching on the system is completely incorrect. The actual truth is that Ukrainian people have been a boost to the Polish GDP. Like the Ukrainian people, Ukrainian refugees, about 80% of them found work, and they put into the economy far more than they take out. So that argument just flies out the window. But it's a part of a much broader, bigger problem of the sentiment against immigration, asylum seekers, refugee seekers, and baked in racism that goes with that. And there has been a big anti-immigration protest, which also, thank God, was followed up by accompanied by a big pro-immigration protest of people that say that they have friends, co-workers that are immigrants and that they will not allow them to be shunned and discriminated against.
Yeah.
And it's a big
Yeah,
problem.
I did. Sorry, go on.
Oh, sorry, because it also ties into, I feel like I'm jumping a bit all over the place, but it also ties into the speech that I've heard a few years back about the wasted lessons of the Holocaust. That was the big, it was a couple of days of speeches about various types of genocides and how they manifest. And one of them was the idea that what is happening on the borders, on the so-called no man's land, what is happening with how asylum seekers are treated worldwide, is a form of a proto-genocide. That is the first time that I have heard this term, that basically all the mechanisms for a genocide are already in place, and all that would take us to flip the switch and a full-blown genocide against asylum seekers could begin.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think maybe this is applicable to trans people as well in a lot of the West, with how trans people are being talked about and are being, there's basically like a manufacturing of consent that is going on in advance, which stinks of genocidal intent, basically, right?
Yes.
Like, especially when you look at how politicians in the United States are speaking, some of them are just directly expressing that genocidal intent, that they don't think trans people should exist.
Yeah.
And I mean, I sometimes have people who pop into my chat on Twitch and they basically say, trans people should be put in concentration camps, which doesn't really hurt my feelings because I'm used to it. It's Twitch, whatever. But I think it's a good indication of how a lot of right-wing people are thinking right now. So not to like disconnect from what you were saying and make it about a different issue. But I think it's part of the same phenomenon. There is this, I think proto-genocide is an interesting phrase. There's a proto-genocide, or there's manufacturing of consent being done against, through dehumanization against immigrants, against asylum seekers, against trans people.
Yeah, trans people have become a big target worldwide, not just in the West. But yes, that's been definitely going on, especially since there's been a big discussion after the church shooting about how I've seen many pundits speak of mass shooters being primarily trans, and also mass shooters being primarily on, and that one just threw me completely off, antidepressants. That one just confused me.
Yeah.
That antidepressants.
That one I didn't hear of, actually.
I've heard of that one.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I've heard of far lunatic right-wing pundits saying that antidepressants cause people to become mass shooters, which just what? And
I was telling my chat earlier today, I was like, it seems like anything happens to anyone, it's like trans people's fault, right?
Yeah.
Like somebody has a bad day, somebody slips on a banana in Argentina, it's trans people's fault.
Yeah.
Somebody burns their pizza in Italy, it's trans people's fault.
Yeah.
Like anything happens anywhere, it's my fault. I'm sorry. I apologize for all the bad things happening
I've
everywhere.
started joking about the fact that any type of political discussion inevitably leads to trans people being mentioned. Even Putin at some point said that trans people, the ideology is partially the reason why he invaded Ukraine, and that J.K. Rowling is being persecuted for her beliefs. So
Yeah.
I'm surprised that Israel has not invoked trans people as the reason for needing to fight Hamas.
I mean, they kind of have. I think they kind of have in a different direction. Like a lot of Zionists say that, like they claim that when you try to defend like Palestinians, they say, "Oh, you're gay and you're defending Palestinians." Do you know how they would treat gay people or trans people in Palestine? Like
mean,
I've seen a lot of Zionists do that.
I've heard a great counter argument to that by content
you're
creators.
muted.
I muted? Wait, I am muted? No.
Hello?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay.
Yes.
I heard a pretty good retort of this argument by content creators that I like, that you cannot really fight for, like, while it is true that LGBT rights are not the best in these areas, you will not really be able to achieve any sort of emancipation or LGBT rights if all the LGBT people are dead.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like right now, the people, right now, queer people in Palestine, their biggest problem isn't, queer phobia by Palestinians. It's Israeli bombs. They're being killed by Israeli bombs, right?
Because the bombs will not exactly avoid LGBT people.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's, I think, a good retort to this. Like, if you want to fight for LGBT rights, it has to be in a stable environment. And for that stable environment to happen, you cannot have an ongoing genocide.
Yeah, absolutely. Someone in my chat was saying proto-genocide is so important to understand. It takes decades to manufacture consent. Yeah, that's true. I had not heard of this particular phrase before, proto-genocide, but I am aware, of course, of like the 10 steps of genocide, right? And how it takes decades of dehumanization and manufacturing consent and going from one step to another before before it turns into what we consider a full-fledged genocide. So yeah, that's something I'm aware of, but I hadn't heard this phrase before. But it is interesting for sure.
Yes, you could say that the yeah.
Sorry, go on. No, I was just reading something from chat.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Read the chat. Give the,
Yeah. Somebody was saying having a shitty policy to LGBTQ folks doesn't justify mass murder. If it did, you would have to nuke Texas. Exactly.
Well, it's a little bit different because there is and I'm being a bit pedantic here, but there's a difference between mass murder and genocide. Because mass murder does not necessarily have this component of wanting to destroy the group, to targeting the group. You're just mass murdering a bunch of people, but you're not necessarily targeting a specific group with that, if that makes sense. You do not target a group for destruction. And there's you could say that genocide is a little bit of a topic of mine. I even joked for a bit that I am a genocide channel. There is this Polish war journalist, for that matter. He interviewed people that committed the Rwanda genocide, and he talks how genocide is a bastard child of the Enlightenment. Have you ever heard that?
I have not actually.
Because
tell me more,
the
please.
perpetrators of genocide, and that includes the Nazis as well, believe that there's a better world to be made, that they believe in this better world that they want to enact, and they see the group that they target for destruction as an obstacle to that better world that they want to create. They see themselves as moral agents, then they don't see the thing that they do as bad. They can see, and they don't necessarily even find pleasure in doing it. They see it as a duty, as a moral duty necessary to do in order to enact the better world that they want to see. And that is a pretty important distinction between mass murder, for example, and genocide. Because, for example, a mass murderer can get tired, can decide, I'm not doing this anymore. But for the goal is not, genocide is not the end goal. The end goal is that better world that the perpetrators want to enact. And they see the genocide as this duty that must be fulfilled to the end. And you can also speak of the fact that people that perpetuate genocide oftentimes have no remorse over what they're doing, just because they see what they're doing as fundamentally moral. And murderers, for example, can show remorse and, their conscience will hunt them because they've done something morally wrong. But these are some of the big difference. The perpetrators of genocide see themselves as moral agents. Even in Nazi Germany, it's been treated like this in law, actually. Killing Jewish people just for personal pleasure or for personal fun. There were Nazis that were prosecuted by Nazi Germany for doing that because it was not part of this genocide. It was treated separately, and as the author says, in a very strange way, Jewish people retrieved their dignity in death when the killers were tried by Nazi Germany because they were killed for personal gain or for fun and not as part of this genocide to enact a better world, which is, you have to admit, it's pretty interesting.
Yeah. That's an interesting aspect of genocide to think about, I guess.
Yes, and you can also see this in the rhetoric of Israel when talking about what is happening with Gaza. We're trying to create a safe world for Israel, you see.
Mm-hmm.
That is basically the rhetoric.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I guess it's the sort of dehumanization, right?
Yeah,
Where you see
because
these
this group
people
is in the way.
as,
This
fundamentally
group, this group is in the way.
Hmm.
They're just, if only they did not exist, we could have our world that we want to enact.
Yeah. But anything else that you'd like to say about the Russian drone story before I want to ask you about what's going on in general in Polish politics for, the last couple of years.
Well, it's been the what can I add about the drone thing? Certain far-right politicians have been claiming that it was a false flag by Ukraine, which is parodying the Russian talking point about the matter, which of course is absurd. The more prevalent view is that it was a test by Russia of a NATO response. 3 of the 19 drones have been shot down. A lot of them went deeper into Poland. They were mostly decoy drones. Some of them are reportedly Shaheeds, but most of them were those decoy drones made from cheap material that are just swarmed into the country in order to exhaust the anti-air capabilities of Ukraine. And one of those drones crashed into a person's house, completely wrecking it. And you could say that Polish people have experienced a little bit of what Ukrainian people are experiencing every single day, and Polish people were pretty terrified by it.
Yeah.
So that is.
Do you feel like there is what is how do people want to deal with this? Is there an appetite for all-out war?
No.
Or is there people urging a sense of
No. People do not want war. People do not. I'm a little bit actually disappointed by the fact that. Oh yeah, and also Romania. We can now add Romania to the list. I have not read extensively about Romania, but there have apparently also been incursions into Romania drone, as well as Poland.
Yeah.
So we can talk about that as well. And what is disappointing to me is that there should be a stronger response from Poland. There should be a stronger support for Ukraine. In response, there should be protection of the Ukrainian sky. I'm not even going to mention stuff like sending Polish troops to Ukraine because that will definitely never happen. Discussions of sending Polish troops to Ukraine is a pretty old discussion. It has not started with the full-scale invasion. It has started actually in 2014 when certain Polish politicians were openly floating the idea that maybe Poland should be sending troops to support Ukrainian forces in the Donbass, but that never materialized, and it will especially not materialize now. So the only thing that seems to be happening right now, that countries have pledged support for Poland. We will send you more anti-air, we will send you more stuff, and it does not seem to materialize into a more support to the country that actually needs it a lot more than Poland right now, which is Ukraine.
I see.
And unfortunately, there is not this will and wish in Poland to more decisively support Ukraine. In fact, there is more division because a pretty anti-Ukrainian person became president of Poland right now. And he has vetoed a pretty substantial bill that was for supporting Ukrainian people. So
The Donald Tusk guy?
no, Donald Tusk is the prime minister. Because we have a prime minister and we have a president at the same time.
Yeah. I see.
Nawrocki. That is the name of our current president.
Yeah. Yeah, I was telling my chat, right? Like, from a North American perspective, when we think about the word racism, we are often thinking about racism being done by white people against brown or black people. I was talking about how interesting it is to look from North America towards Europe, where you have, white people being racist towards other white people, right? Like when I heard about the fact that a lot of Slavic people, especially like Ukrainians these days, and some Russians too, when I hear that they face racism in places like France and Germany and Poland, it's very interesting. It's very interesting to look at that this thing even exists.
Well, it is worth remembering
do you
that
wanna talk- Yeah.
historically in Western Europe, Slavic people were barely seen as quote unquote white. There's this famous quote that I like to throw at people because it usually shocks them. So I'll probably try to find it and send it to you, and you will and you will read it, okay?
Also, chat if sure. Also, chat if you have any questions that you'd like to ask Lucy, please feel free to ask. But that's okay, right?
Yeah,
Any
of course.
Questions from my
I
chat.
will take on any questions on all the questions. This is from the era of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. So I think it's about the 17th century. This is a quote from the 17th century of a French traveler, I believe. And I think this quote is very illuminating. I always like to give this people to read. So if you could read it out loud.
Sure. Hold on. Discord, right?
Yeah.
Okay, the quote is Cox is even tempted to give a more in-depth analysis. The facial features, customs, dress, figure, and general appearance of the Poles resemble Asiatics rather than Europeans. And there is no doubt that they had Tartar ancestors. As late as the 5th century, some peoples, falling under the general name of Scythians, had the custom of wearing their hair shaving in the same way. leaving aside here the author's erroneous considerations about the ethnic origins of the Poles, there is no doubt that he associated their appearance with Eastern culture. For Western Europeans, the Sarmatian nobleman was simply different, usually inferior, because he was identified with the barbaric Orient, which, though fascinating, seemed wild.
Yes. So basically, that is, Eastern Europeans historically have been barely seen as white, quote unquote, as you can see, because this depiction of Polish people applies to basically most Slavic people, Ukrainian people, etc.
All right. Well, anything.
So
what's? Sorry, go on.
Also, it is very disappointing to see this anti-immigration sentiment in Poland. I am glad that there is some pushback against it, though, and it's just very sad to see. The people that look different, that maybe speak slightly different, are treated as, I'm a little bit more extreme when it comes to the topic. I'm not a fan of nation states to begin with. I'm not a fan of their existence, and since they exist, we exist in the paradigm of nation states. I don't have a very strict and rigid what's the English word? I don't approach the topic of nationality rigidly, and that you need to be of certain ethnicity, that you need to be historically tied to a region. If a person comes to Poland, they say, oh, I want to live here and get a job and live here and just, exist here, then and stay here, then from my perspective, they become basically Polish, if that makes sense.
No, absolutely.
My two best friends are Vietnamese. They've been living in Poland since forever. I've known them for more than 20 years. One of them, they're siblings. The younger sibling, she has been living in Poland since she was 2 years old. And you cannot convince me that she is not Polish. I don't even see her as a quote unquote foreigner, but she would be seen as a foreigner because she's Vietnamese, and that is very disappointing. And it's also very disappointing to see this sentiment in the United States of anti-immigration, and that is a thing that is of course done across the board. Universally, globally, that is not a it's not exclusively a United States problem, framing immigration as an invasion, whatever that means. But it is very sad and disappointing to see people cheering for people being not able to come to the country, from asylum seekers being blocked, families being locked in camps, and families being separated, people being deported, the topic of the so-called dreamers, it's all a mess.
Yeah, absolutely. And my analysis from a socialist point of view is that when the material conditions, when the living conditions of people deteriorate under capitalism because of endless profit seeking, the ruling class needs scapegoats, right? Because the ruling class doesn't want us to realize that it is their endless profit seeking that is the cause of our deteriorating living conditions and material conditions. And so they look for scapegoats, right? And those scapegoats end up being women and queer people and racial minorities, religious minorities, immigrants, right? Immigrants have always been the one of the primary scapegoats for fascists, because fascists ultimately, like my analysis of fascists or fascism, is that fascism is capitalism in decline. When capitalism reaches that point where the
Hmm.
the working classes material conditions start to deteriorate a bit too much, fascism is a response from the ruling class to whip the ruling class back into submission, and also to distract them from the cause of the issues by turning them against each other, especially against immigrants and these other marginalized groups that I mentioned. Vampire Hunter, thank you for the follow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, somebody in my chat said you don't even have to go that far back. German EU representative, former representative Florence Guab said, "We should not forget, even if Russians look European, they are not European in a cultural sense. They think differently about violence or death."
It's a bit more complicated than that. Because there's this
Um,
whole narrative about how the Russians became different because of the Mongolian influence, because the Duchy of Muscovy has been aroused during the occupation by the Mongolian Empire, and that how created this sort of mentality, and it's a lot more complicated than that, of course.
Yeah, but I guess what Jimmy Bean is probably referring to is the same sort of, I guess, dehumanization of Slavs, right? And basically the framing that they're not European, they're not white in the same way. And I guess because of the political environment right now, because of Russia's unjustifiable invasion, I guess there is a permission structure for that sort of rhetoric against.
There's something to be
Sorry?
said about the nurtured political climate that has been fostered in Russia through the generations. There is a topic to be had there, but it is not exactly divorced from Europe as a culture. It's just that, for example, Germany, for many, many years in Europe, the country that has been the most militaristic, it has not been considered Russia necessarily. It has been Prussia. Prussia has been the country that has been considered the most militaristic, the most aggressive, and later, after the unification of Germany before World War I, it has become Germany. And let us not forget that it is even described in the goals of NATO. NATO exists to keep the United States in, keep the USSR out, and keep Germany down, because Germany was considered this dangerous and aggressive country. And as we can see, this has changed. So it's not something that is... Countries are not organisms. They're not... It is often a mistake that people make when discussing international relations, treating countries as solitary organisms that function in a certain way, that have goals and aspirations and like individual people. And that's not exactly how these things work, function.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, my way of analyzing it usually, I mean, one thing that I often like to quote is that borders are a scar on the earth, right? Borders are a scar on the planet. And I think the way that countries often exist is simply as units of management for the ruling class, because it is ultimately the political and economic elite that benefit the most from the division between different people of different countries, right? Like when you look at, for example, India and Pakistan, the average Indian working class person has more in common with an average working class Pakistani person than than people of either of these countries have with their own elite, their own ruling class. And I think the same can be, the same is true for most places. So that's at least the way that I look at nations or as countries, as something that's unnecessary and unnecessary, just like division between people. Would you I mean, I think that's a general leftist probably point of view, right?
Yeah, although I think I think that these things have to happen from below and not from above, and that until people want to organize into countries, they should be able to. If that makes sense. It's just like things like socialism cannot be enacted from the top down. It has to be something that happens from the bottom up. That is a thing that greatly differentiated people like the Polish socialists from the Bolsheviks. The Polish socialists before World War II and even before World War One and after World War One, when Poland was forming as a country, were starkly in opposition to the Bolsheviks and what the USSR represented.
Yeah. That's interesting. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm Kashmiri, so I'm obviously completely in favor of national liberation, right? I think people have a right, like any people have a right to self-determination.
Yeah.
Like, I think, for example, the Kashmiri people should be able to, should have the right to have their own nation separate from India and Pakistan, if that's what we choose, and that's what we have been trying to choose.
Exactly. Just like Polish people.
That's something I completely agree.
Yeah. Sorry for interrupting.
That's all right. Go on.
Oh, just like Polish people had the right to be free of the Prussian, Austrian, and Russian occupation after the partitions of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Ukrainian people had the right to be free from the Russians and the Austrians, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. What I was saying earlier was just in reference to, I guess, an ideal world like post-capitalism or whatever. Of course, we are still not there yet. That's something that I guess would be more appropriate to think of eventually. But yeah, I guess what I was talking about is just, that in the current day, nationalism often exists as a way to divide the working class and just for the ruling class to fulfill their own economic ambitions or whatever, right? I think that's what I was talking about. Fake Alec
Kyle Parker.
I'm so
my
sorry.
editor.
Fake Alec Kyle Parker. I'm so sorry. I've completely butchered your name. But thank you so much for the subscription. I really appreciate that, and for the follow.
Yes, nationalism exists at its conception, in the modern sense, because you have to understand that the word nation used to mean something completely different prior to the existence of nation states. But a nationhood, nation states, those are things that are definitionally exclusive. There are people that will belong to the nation, and there will be people that will be excluded from such nation and will be deemed outsiders, which is why World War I was the era of some of the biggest ethnic cleansings in history. We had, because Europe was not neatly divided into people who are ethnically French live in this area, people who are ethnically German live in this area, and it's neatly divided by borders. Being a part of a nation used to mean basically all the people that live within these borders. The people were not classified by their nationality. National identity was not a thing that existed mostly prior to the 19th century. So you had a lot of different people speaking a lot of different languages. Identity was something much more localized. People considered themselves a part of their village, a part of their church, a part of their community. And there was also this whole hierarchical class structure that people were a part of. It was definitely not based on, I'm a proud German, I'm a proud French, Polish person, or whatever else. That came later. And so when these lines were drawn based on nationality and national identity during World War I, suddenly German people that lived in England were declared traitors, possible traitors, spies for the nation state of Germany, and they had to be thrown out. And that was happening all throughout Europe. People that have lived in places for generations, that have treated those places as their home, were probably suddenly became outsiders to their own home and had to be thrown out to the newly formed nation states.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. And yeah, I think it's important for Chad as well to remember that there is a difference. Like when we talk about nationalism, there is nationalism in the in the sense that we commonly understand nationalism to be, which is like a kind of right-wing nationalism. But then sometimes there is the kind of left-wing nationalism, which is national liberation, right? Like, for example, the nationalism of Palestinian people or Kashmiri people or Tamil people or whatever. Like when you have people, especially, people who form this identity of a nation who are being oppressed by larger powers, that sort of nationalism is one that we can support from a left-wing point of view, and that we should.
Yeah, and
the right of a people to...
I would also include Ukraine under this, especially since Russia's rhetoric about Ukraine not being a real country, Ukrainian people not being a real people.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, that was these are basically that.
Oh, I think people are not happy with me running in circles in a video game. I will just...
Okay, you were playing a video game on the side. That's okay.
Yeah. Expedition 33. People are not happy. I think I'm giving people motion sickness.
No, that's okay. Sometimes I'll be on a Discord call with my friends and I'll just be playing a game on the side.
Someone just wrote, "Oh my god, Lucy, stop this, please. I'm in pain."
But anyways, yeah, the reason I guess the reason I brought up the example, okay, yeah, that was one of my chatters. One of my chatters brought up that quote by a German EU representative about Russians, right? And I've kind of heard about this from one of my mods as well. I have a moderator who's he lives in France. He's Russian, right? And he's a Russian communist. He obviously he supports Ukraine. He hates Putin. He understands what Russia is doing is unjustifiable. But he has told me about the times that he has faced racism in France for simply being a Russian, being an ethnic Russian. So yeah, it's something I guess I'm aware of a little bit not firsthand, I guess secondhand, but I have somebody close to me who's aware of it firsthand, which is why I was kind of talking about that as well.
Although I have to ask,
yeah, sorry, go on.
Although I have to ask, what does that mean for that person to be communist? Because that is to me, a significant question to ask.
He and I have pretty identical opinions, so I guess, you could be asking me the same thing. To me, the definition of communism is, a classless, stateless, moneyless society. And socialism is a transitionary phase into that society, right? That is my definition. But is there anything more specifically that you wanted to know?
Yes. When someone from, let's say, the former Eastern Bloc says, "I'm communist," I'm left wondering, okay, does that mean being communist in the USSR sense or in the Marxian sense?
I mean, for me and to my knowledge, for my friend and my moderator as well, it's in the Marxist sense, right?
Okay.
Especially he doesn't like, just like a lot of Marxist communists, he doesn't like especially the last couple of leaders of the USSR, starting all the way from Stalin, actually.
Well, I would include Lenin under this as well.
I guess, yeah. Lenin is, see, the reason why to me Lenin is like somebody I don't completely disregard is because I find some of his writings useful to understand bourgeois democracy, right? And politics in bourgeois, what we call bourgeois democracies. That's the reason I don't completely disregard Lenin, but obviously I don't, there are things where I disagree with him as well, especially in how the USSR operated. I think, I don't think the USSR should be completely disregarded because especially when you look at how the living conditions of a lot of people, especially of women, of queer people, a lot of other people, it improved. They drastically, a lot of things drastically improved. Sorry?
I have to disagree here. Even if at the beginning queer people were given rights, they were swiftly later taken away.
Yeah.
And the living conditions, like the first big famine under Lenin that Ukrainian people suffered from, which caused, because of the so-called war communism, with millions dead, and then of course the Holodomor, which is a genocide. I hope this is not a question for you. Which was a genocide, which also resulted in millions upon millions of dead, and then the special Polish operation, which resulted in 200,000 Polish people being killed. I'm afraid that I cannot agree that the USSR was a net positive when it comes to the uplifting of people's lives.
I try not to simplify things as good country, good people, bad people, because, like, to me, that's a very non-Marxist way of looking at things. I try to analyze things as a result of their material conditions, right? So I might not agree with a lot of the things that the USSR did. I also understand that those things happened because of the social conditioning and the material conditions that came before those actions, if that makes sense.
That is true, but
and the only reason, the reason I say that is not to justify those things, but rather to explain that is why I don't disregard. That's why I don't want to give up the goal of socialism or communism entirely, because the reason a lot of the people who bring up these things to me in discussions, I'm not saying that's what you're doing, but oftentimes people who bring up these things, they'll bring up the mistakes of former socialist projects or attempts at socialism, and they will think that, okay, because of this reason, give up on socialism, give up on communism. And the reason I bring up this context is to say that yes, a lot of mistakes were made because of the social conditioning and the material conditions of those time, but I still think socialism and communism are good goals. I think those are still good goals for society to work towards, even if we fucked up at reaching those goals many times before. I think we should still work towards them.
Well, the problem is that from my perspective, the Soviet Union did not strive for socialist or communist goals in the slightest, actually. And I'm not sure if I would strongly object of calling it mistakes. Like, mistakes were made because of the material conditions, because you do not mistake yourself into a genocide. Like, if we go too far into this line of thinking, then we can end up with Nazi Germany apologia, because Nazi Germany was also a product of its material conditions of what happened before Nazi Germany came about, and we cannot call the Holocaust a mistake that happened because of the material conditions within Nazi Germany.
When I say mistake, I just mean things that I don't agree with. I don't mean that, like, okay, like, oopsie, they made an oopsie. That's not what I meant. I just meant, like, this is something that happened, or this is something what they did that I don't agree with.
Right.
That I think was a bad thing. That's what I meant when I used the word mistake. But again, when I say material conditions and social conditioning, anything that happens, anything that, like, in human society, anything that has happened happens because of material conditions, right? Material conditions just refers to the overall I guess, environment. That's what I mean. Like if for example in the current society, there are people who are transphobic or they are racist, it is true to say that they are racist because of their social conditioning and their material conditions, or they're transphobic because of those things. That's not a justification, that's not an excuse, but it is an explanation of how those things happened, right? So that's the reason I brought up that
Right,
explanation.
but I would not.
Yeah.
I would not characterize it as mistakes
Okay, that's valid. Yeah.
because they were very.
But
Yeah.
yeah. Anyways, I think we got sidetracked a little bit.
Yes.
The reason the reason I brought up that he's a communist is just to say that he does not he's not a Putinist. He's not a right-wing Russian. So he's a reliable source of information for me, and he gave me a little bit of I guess an insight into the racism that he has faced firsthand as a Russian in France. And he knows Ukrainians as well and the racism that they have faced. So that's the reason I brought up that, and that's the reason why I was interested in that particular discussion.
Yes. But yes, I would say that the Soviet Union did not really pursue socialist goals. I'm more of a
That's
Polish
fair. No,
socialist. I'm more of a Polish socialist tradition. Polish socialist posed that the vanguard party system would not work, that it would just lead to a oligarchical police state, which is exactly what happened with the USSR. So they were highly opposed to a vanguard party leading the ignorant masses, so to speak. Oh.
Yeah. I mean, definitely. In my experience, most communists that I have talked to, they don't think that the USSR was pursuing socialism. The disagreement is usually about when that stopped. There are some who feel that when Stalin came in, that was when it stopped. There are some who feel that it was during Lenin itself that things were not going the way that they should have gone. Where they were not following the right path or whatever. So yeah, I would say even among communists, there is I don't think there is any communist, or most communists that I have talked to would not consider the USSR overall to have been following the path of socialism, right? Now that being said, we should of course we should obviously acknowledge the truth. One truth is that compared to what existed before, compared to Tsarist Russia, the living conditions of people improved a lot under the USSR. That's not to disregard anything bad that the USSR did. We should still criticize those things and condemn those things. But that's just a fact that the living conditions of people under the USSR improved a lot from when they were in Tsarist Russia. And the second fact is that after the dissolution of the USSR, the quality of life in Eastern Europe, in those former USSR states, fell drastically. That's another reality. Usually I try to bring up these. The reason I usually try to bring up these points is because when I'm talking about these, usually I'm talking with somebody who's defending capitalism.
Right. Of course.
Not to say that you're doing that right now, but yeah.
When it comes to talking about even comparing to Tsarist Russia, people's lives increasing, improving drastically, you have to ask yourself, well, for whom? The living conditions definitely did not improve drastically for Ukrainian people under the USSR. In fact, it degraded greatly. It did not improve in the USSR for the Polish people. It degraded greatly for them. And many other groups that were deemed traitors and spies to the state and were killed en masse. So even this argument sort of falls empty for me, because you have to ask yourself, who did these conditions improve for? Which primarily for the core population of the Soviet Union, which was the Russian population. Then yeah, of course. But when it comes to the Kazakhs, when it comes to the Ukrainians, when it comes to many other people, it did not improve in the slightest. It actually got far worse. because the Tsarist Russia did not commit a genocide against Ukrainian people, as far as I'm aware, as far as my historical knowledge can give me a glimpse into the situation.
All right.
And
yeah. No, that's fair.
And
That's
also,
one of-
I would
yeah.
say that the drastic fall of the quality of life of people after the fall of the Soviet Union and the dissolution of the Soviet bloc, it also depends on the country, on how the shock therapy, the shock thing was implemented. In Poland. It was implemented much differently than in Hungary, than in the Czech Republic, than in Ukraine. And I'm not so sure if I would say that in Poland the quality of life of people have degraded in general drastically over how it was in the Polish People's Republic. And while because, for example, there were many positive things that have affected these things, like the joining of the European Union, which Ukraine was held under the influence of Russia, which also held it down drastically when it comes to quality of life,
Yeah.
when it comes to these things.
All right. Well, that is something which, admittedly, I'm not very informed about, so I would have to look more into. But anyways, I will take your word for it. Fancy Felipe is saying Tsarist Russia did do a lot of settler colonialism, at least earlier on. Yeah, that is true. But anyways, the reason I was just bringing up those arguments is to say, ultimately, in spite of me not agreeing with the things that a lot of these countries that had attempts at socialism, I don't agree with a lot of the things that they did. But I'm still a communist. Sometimes just being a communist will get called a tanky. But whatever. The reason I brought that up was just in reference to, saying that my moderator is a Russian who is not a Putinist. He's not right wing, and that was his experience. That Russians do face racism in Europe. So yeah.
Yes.
But yeah, also my mod Fabuli has a question. How easy is it to do public protest in Poland? How much pushback is there from authorities?
Sorry, can you repeat? I was looking
Yeah,
at the...
Fabuli is asking, how easy is it to do public protests in Poland? How much pushback is there from authorities?
Oh, it's pretty easy. It's pretty easy too. There's a big tradition in Poland of doing public protests, even in the days of the Polish People's Republic. That was a big thing. The Solidarity movement was a workers' movement based on, protesting, and that was people in Poland who like to go out to the streets and protest. I guess people in Eastern Europe in general like to go out and protest, as evidenced in Ukraine, for example, where you had these huge protests recently when the president wanted to shut down the anti-corruption bodies in Ukraine. Well, not shut down, make them ineffective, I should say. And when people just en masse went to the streets and protested, and the law was pushed back, moved back. It was walked back because of the strong reaction of the population countrywide.
Mm-hmm. That's fair. Chat, do you have any other questions for Lucy? If you have any questions for me, or if your chat has any questions for me, I'm happy to take them as well.
It is also important to recognize that, for example, from the perspective of Polish socialists, which I'm reading extensively about right now, the USSR was basically just Russian imperialism dressed in a socialist quote-unquote garb. There was just an extension of Russian imperialism, basically. especially in the period of, which was under Lenin, when the USSR had its war against Poland, the Polish Bolshevik War. Right? Which ended in the so-called Vistula miracle, where the USSR was stopped and did not conquer, which of course ended badly for Ukraine. But how much do you know about the Solidarity movement, by the way?
What Solidarity movement?
In Poland in the 70s and 80s, that ended in the overthrowing of the government, which is considered one of the first, if not the first, things that led to the fall of the domino that was the break off of the satellite states.
I don't know too much about it, but we can talk about it another time if you want to.
Okay. That is a pretty big part of the Polish history, as you can probably. Yes. My father was in that movement. My father was in the Solidarity movement. He was arrested in 1981 when martial law was enacted. And then he went into politics, which is very interesting because he fought against the communist quote-unquote government when he was part of the Solidarity movement, but he went into politics as a socialist. So, and he went into politics wanting to enact socialist policy, and he even helped create the 1997 Constitution, which is in effect to this day.
I see.
Yes. He's Oh, I'm being told to tell you about the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, but I'm not sure if that's a thing we want to get into today.
Yeah. Maybe for another time. Because how long have we been talking?
I don't know.
Okay, I'll probably a while. But anyways, do you does your chat or do you have any questions for me about anything? Any politics that I might know about?
Yes.
Or anything?
Yes. What is your opinion on the recent events regarding the shooting?
The Charlie Kirk shooting?
Yes.
Yeah, you see, I was a huge fan of Charlie Kirk, so
I
this
can
has made
imagine.
me very sad. Yeah, I've been crying for the last couple of days, nonstop.
Yeah.
That's all I've been doing. I was such a huge fan.
You went to his
of Charlie
events,
Kirk.
live events?
Yes. Almost every single one. I was supposed to go to this last one, but I missed it, and look at what happened.
Exactly.
If I was there, I would have jumped in front of the bullet. But
you're like
no.
Trump. If you would have been there, the shooting would have never happened.
Exactly, right? Yeah. But no, on a serious note, I was telling my chat earlier, I don't support, obviously I don't support this sort of a shooting. I don't think that there's a point to it, right? Just from just from my communist point of view or whatever, I don't support I don't think there's any point to a decentralized act of violence targeting an individual, because I think for any socialist or communist, the goal is to change the entire system. SSTS, thank you for the follow. So I think the goal is to change the entire system, right? It's to get rid of the capitalist system and to replace it with a much better system where the workers are in control. And a decentralized act of violence such as this targeting an individual does not do anything to get us closer to that goal.
Right.
So I don't support it for that reason. And of course, also it's I don't support an act of violence such as that. It was very gruesome. I saw the video. the way that this guy died was very gruesome. For that to happen to anyone is pretty horrible. Now, all that being said, I don't like how a lot of the media, especially including the liberal news media, is whitewashing his legacy, is whitewashing the kind of propaganda that he would spread, because they're painting him as this, warrior or champion of free speech, right? Who just wanted to have a good old-fashioned debate or whatever. And that's not true, because this guy went around the country, he went to universities, normalizing far-right rhetoric, right?
Yeah.
He used to call dehumanizing rhetoric against immigrants, people that he disagreed with. Like when a brown person said something he disagreed with, he would say like, deport this person, send them back to where they came from.
Yeah. I think it's
So how is
comical
this
that
guy
he's being framed as a centrist by anybody. I find this a comical
Yeah.
notion. Like when some of his famous quotes would include that. Oh my God, I have it actually over here. The quote.
Yeah, like it's insane to say that this guy was like a champion of free speech when he was celebrating, people being arrested for supporting Palestine, right? For
Yeah.
being against genocide.
Like, where's this?
Where's your free speech?
Hold on, I have it. I have this quote. I can't stand the word empathy. Actually, I think empathy is a made-up new age term that does a lot of damage. Like, okay, like this person entered comically evil levels of quote, from my perspective. Like, trans people should be out, immigrants should be out, people of color. He had some very wild quotes about black people. It's just women, about feminism, about everything, basically. There's not a topic that he did not have a crazy opinion about.
Yeah, he basically said that he was asked if he would force his, 10-year-old daughter to give birth if, she was, God forbid, like, raped and pregnant. And he
Right.
was like, yes. This guy, like, what kind of a monster would force a 10 or 12-year-old to go through childbirth rather than, like, give them access to abortion, right?
Yeah.
But this guy would. He was this sort of guy. He said that, he said black women have lower IQs than white men.
Yeah.
Lot of inhumane shit. He celebrated the genocide of Palestinians. So, he was a piece of shit. He was a massive piece of shit. I don't think he should have been slaughtered in that way, but like, let's not like whitewash his legacy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so those are my 2 cents.
Yeah, I agree. It would be very difficult for me to disagree with that. Like, I have this page here.
Yeah.
17 quotes, memorable quotes from Charlie Kirk. I guess we can read out some of them, because speaking of legacy, let me see here. Starting with black people. And of course, I'm quoting right now, all right? I'm quoting Charlie Kirk. Just a warning, all right?
No, we're gonna believe these words are your own.
Yes, we're gonna clip me saying those. Black people. Happening all the time in urban America. Prowling blacks go around for fun to go target white people. That's a fact. It's happening more and more. Quote, that was quote number 1. Black pilots. If I see a black pilot, I'm gonna be like, boy, I hope he's qualified. Alright? Black women. They're coming out and they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know you do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously. I'm like, Uh,
What are the games that you're usually playing on stream?
Expedition 30. I play all sorts of games, actually.
All right, yeah. Lucy, oh my god.
Yeah.
Lucy has Kirk's speeches on her nightstand like Trump with that other guy. The other guy being Hitler.
Sorry, what?
No, that's what our fan, Fancy Felipe, is saying in my chat. This is a common fan that we have. You know, with fans like this, who needs haters, right?
True. Black women. Civil rights. We made a huge mistake when we passed the Civil Rights Act in the mid-1960s.
Yeah, I completely I forgot about that.
Like
one.
what? Like this is entering like comic book villain territory.
Yep,
I finished the original
exactly.
Final Fantasy VII on stream actually.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you play Apex?
Oh no.
Okay. All right. But anyways, this was a great discussion.
Yeah, but
Thank
you should
for
listen to
collaborating
a
with me.
few more quotes before we finish up.
Okay, let's go for it.
All right, the death penalty should be public, should be quick, should be televised. I think at a certain age, it's an initiation. At what age should you start to see public executions? Like, this is psychotic. This is psychotic language, unironically. What kind of a psycho would say that? We should just start showing our kids public executions at a certain age as an initiation. Democrats. The Democrat Party supports everything that God hates. The non-existent entity. I'm not sure about your religious beliefs, but I'm a pretty staunch atheist. Are you religious?
Me? No.
Okay. Empathy. I already gave you the
Are
quote.
you?
No, I'm not. I'm a pretty big atheist. I'm not religious. I'm not
Right.
against. I'm not anti-religion or anything like that. But I'm just not really religious myself.
Yeah, same.
Feminism. Reject feminism. Submit to your husband, Taylor. You're not in charge. Gay people. You might want to crack open that Bible of yours. In a lesser referenced part of the same part of scripture is Leviticus 18, is that thou shalt lay with another man shall be stoned to death. Just saying, so Miss Rachel, you quote Leviticus 19. The chapter before affirms God's perfect law when it comes to sexual matters. It's like great replacement theory, guns, Jews, Martin Luther King Jr., Muslims, Palestine. I don't think the place exists. Transgender people, you're an abomination to God. You know? You think I've made my case?
Yeah.
Like, I'm not gonna mourn the death of Charlie Kirk.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna do a crab dance either, but I'm not gonna mourn.
Yeah, totally valid. That's like what I said, right? That considering all the shit that he has said, I don't think anyone should be expected to mourn him.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not gonna celebrate his killing.
Yeah.
But I don't think there should be an expectation to mourn it.
Yeah. He was a character. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. That has been a delight. I hope to talk to you again. And,
Yeah. This was fun. Thank you so much again for coming on.
thank you.
All right, chat. You can follow. I'm so sorry. How do you pronounce your last name again? Because I thought it's pronounced Hayes.
Oh,
but
it's
Haze?
it's Haze, but you know what? It's whatever.
Haze.
It's like a choose your own adventure type of thing. If you want to read it as Hayes, you can read it as Hayes, and if you want to choose Haze, you can. Whatever sounds nicer to your ear is the correct pronunciation. That is the thing that I have arrived at with this.
Okay. Well, chat. You can follow Lucy on YouTube. They stream on YouTube, not on Twitch. Why do you not stream on Twitch?
I do.
May I ask?
I do.
Just prefer YouTube?
No, I
you
I
do?
do. I multi-stream.
Oh,
A
okay,
dual
okay,
stream. So
awesome.
if I could build an audience on Twitch, then that would be amazing, because usually I dual stream,
Yeah.
but I usually have 0 viewers on Twitch, and I ask myself, okay, why do I even dual stream if nobody's on watching me on Twitch, I have no clue how to grow an audience on Twitch. I have no clue how to, I guess, through things like this, where I talk to other Twitch creators and hopefully steal your viewers.
That does seem to be the way. Right now, it looks like there's this other creator on Twitch, Animated Sarah. It seems like she and I basically share a 50% audience. Like, I'm not even kidding. That's what Twitch Analytics tells me. She and I just have like 50% of our audience is like the same people.
That makes sense.
Yeah. But anyways, yeah, this was great. Thank you so much again.
Thank you.
My mods have put down your Twitch link, your Twitch channel
Thank you.
in chat. Chat, please go follow Lucy,
Yeah.
or I will be hiding in your closet waiting.
Yeah. I also have a nice doggy called Fido, a long-haired German Shepherd. He's asleep, so I cannot show him on camera,
Okay. Oh no. Okay.
but maybe next time we'll showcase
Alright.
him. All right.
Hopefully next time. All right. Take care then.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Bye bye.
Bye-bye. Wait, I can show him on the stream, actually. I can show Fido on stream because I have a special thing prepared for Fido. Hold on. Did all my Fido things disappear? Were all my Fido things erased? Where are my Fidos? Hold on. Media source. Not existing. No. Where's my Fido thing? Cannot find my Fido thing. Why can't I find the Fido thing? Wow. I cannot believe that I cannot find my Fido thing. Oh, Fido. Is this it? Oh, no, it's just called Fido. Hold on, I'm gonna... I'll show him next time, for sure. Yeah. Mm. So yes. Oh yeah, I should set up my camera. You're right. Hold on. See, this is why you are the brains of this operation and I'm not. Alright. Brilliant. How do I look? I think my hair looks nice. I wish for Fido to have a good sleep. Gotta go. Oh no. Yeah, Fido's sleeping like a real dog. Man. Oh, hello, Xenia. I think, my goodness, I think I could have sworn that Xenia used to be my viewer. I've not seen. I could have. Xenia sounds so. Brush it a bit. Wow, so much criticism. Hello, Zoshalix. You've missed a panel and a guest. You've missed so many things. I have to go to the toilet. I'll be right back, but don't go anywhere. We're still doing stuff, maybe, for a bit. Alright? Oh, VGG, okay. Alright. Makes sense. Wait, how did you... Great job, Lucy. How did you find this stream? Yeah. What stuff? What do you mean? We wanted Bloodsport, didn't get him. Well, there was nothing to Bloodsport over. Borderlands 4. Vosh hosted a while back and I've been lurking for a bit. Wait, me? I've been hosted by Vosh? When? When did that happen? Wait, really? Oh my goodness. Interesting. Oh, what other stuff? Maybe some gaming. But I feel like I should change game from Expedition. I think you're so tired of Expedition 3D Free for now. Said it was time for a site. Right, somebody should give you a subscription. I'll be right back. Don't go. Don't run away. Don't run away from me. Play Go. I can play Go actually. If you really want me to play Go, I will. Have you learned how to play it? I'll be right back. Oh, explain the game to you. Okay, I can do that. Oh yeah, okay, let's do it. We're gonna learn Go. Okay, we're gonna learn Go in a moment. Hello. Hello. One more? I can follow the person on Twitch. Hello. Convenient Estelle, go follow. Oh. Wait, Lucy. I'm waiting. Oh, I'm not. I'm not on into Twitch. I have to do it. Oh my god, I have to do it finally at some point. It's just that isn't enough to say material conditions, because this nor does it serve a moral justification. True. I agree. I agree, which is why I pushed back against it. I'm not sure if you caught that, but I pushed back against it a bit. You know, because if you go too far, you can use that to excuse anything, basically, to say, yeah, it's understandable why the Holocaust happened. To which I'm like, oh well, you know. Hmm. Estelle, please appreciate the fact that I pushed back, okay? Was my pushback good? I want to chat up's opinion if the little discussion about the Soviet Union was good on my part or bad. Oh, I wasn't humming at you. Oh, sorry. I'm self-centered. I'm self-centered, and I always assume that the hum is at me. That you're silently judging me by doing a hmm. You had some beef with the communism. That is true. No, I think this person is nice. Karasu said that she's sweet. So I think grace is given. I just do not agree on that particular point. The person's nice. I hope we can talk again. I mean, sometimes I give Lucy shit. That's true. And then we argue about it on stream. Then we have a long debate about it. But it's okay. Behind it, we argue publicly, but we kiss and make up behind the scenes. A lot rides on the translation. We do, that is true. The board? I'm googling it now. The board. Oof. I know too little about him to give you an opinion. I can give you my opinion on Isaac Bashevis Singer. I assume most people tend not to think about the USSR in the same breath as communism generally. So it might have felt out of left field for her. Seemed to go well either way. You could tell in her affect that she was caught a bit off guard, but just strolling with it. Listen, I did not expect to be sort of debating the Soviet Union either. I did not know that it would go in that direction, you know, but if I hear we should recognize the Soviet Union, my strong instinct is to say, do we? Do we though? Do we? You know? For the most part. So the spectacle is pretty good of today's current decaying neoliberal order. Bruno Schulz, I used to copy his artwork, by the way. I remember years ago I used to copy his artwork. Very nice.
Not looking good.
I once sent a person his artwork, and it was the person's it was a very stupid situation because I know too many illiterate people, and the person that I sent it to got mad at me. A lot of leftists don't know enough about the USSR to know they shouldn't idolize it, but that's not what happened here, fortunately. Because I sent there's this famous piece by Schulz where there's this lady with exposed breasts and a whip, and I copied it and I sent it to a friend, and her partner was like, "Oh, I didn't know if I should beat you up or not when I saw you sending this," and I was like, "What? This is a famous piece that I copied and shared. What the hell? Are you mad?
I'll do it.
Are you stupid?" But yeah, that happened. And left me discouraged about humanity. To be fair, I didn't even say communism. I said that the Soviet Union was not even doing socialism.
Let the ink flow.
Last ditch
And there's those scores. I can go to the legacy of the Polish socialists that were in stark opposition. How do I gift a sub on this site? I think you click... support. And then you can choose for whom. I think. Invite some right-winger for discussion. You need some haters too. If you're talking about a right-winger, I'm gonna be talking to a pretty big right-winger on Tuesday. Counterpoint. I'm gonna be talking to a Counterpoint on Tuesday. That is a pretty big right-wing figure. And we might be debating socialism, so there you go. That's gonna happen. 1v1, yeah, it's gonna be a 1v1 discussion. It's not gonna be a panel. It's gonna be a 1v1 discussion, just like I had with this person here. Counterpoint, yeah. Doesn't matter if it's a singular or a plural.
I'm ready. I'm ready.
They can be interesting discussions of people with similar views, actually. Depending on the... Oh my god, I died again. Depending on the topic. You know? For Diga? No. Sadly. I have to read more stuff. I've been reading... Oh my gosh. Listen, I've got some theorists that probably you've never heard of.
Ready to parry.
We'll see. We'll see how Tuesday will go. I wonder if I've grown any from today's panels and whatnot. Do you think I've grown? I've shown Counterpoint on stream. I've shown him on stream. He does like Warhammer 40k content and political content. Also, Conrad, were you here for the panel that I've been on at the beginning?
This will hurt.
My turn.
Oh, nice. Okay, that's cool. The Bund was a Jewish movement that was very much opposed to Zionism, interestingly enough. Hollow Knight, do you mean the new one?
chance.
Goal 1. Silksong is my excuse to finally leave. I should finish Hollow Knight on stream. I started it. I think it broke more than just Steam. I started it a long time ago. I started Hollow Knight a long time ago. Wait, Hades 2 is not yet out? I thought it was out already. I actually finished Hades 1. I've actually finished Hades 1 on stream when I was still a mute streamer. I did one play. I finished it once on stream.
Brace yourselves.
Watch out.
Ready to parry.
The Pantheon, I'm not sure if I finish. Yes, yes. Yep.
This will hurt.
You're outmatched.
Also bought FF7 on. Very good, very good. Oh yeah? What do you think of the original FF7? Give me your thoughts, Conrad. Give me your opinions on the OG FF7. It feels different, doesn't it? From the remake, which is a sequel. Has a different vibe, doesn't it? Wouldn't you say? Yeah. It feels like false advertising. It feels like lies. Okay. I'm excited. I died. But I'm excited. I'm excited for Conrad's opinion.
Brace yourselves.
Hello, Greater Ain't. What do you think about my today's performance on stream, Greater Ain't? What is your opinion? We should finish the movie at some point.
This will hurt. This will hurt.
Ready to strike. I've got this. Oh well. Get ready.
Oh yeah. I did want it would have been nice if she spoke about her country more. That would have been that was actually very I actually find this topic very interesting. And we could have also bonded over the topic of the Sri Lanka genocide because she mentioned it. I took note that she mentioned the Sri Lanka genocide, which is not a topic on many people's lips.
Not giving up. This will hurt.
Oh my god, I died. I died again. I want you to know that I'm proud of you for standing for your conviction and seeing a better future even if it isn't easy. I think in your striving for improvement is admirable. Thank you. Yeah. Should we change game, by the way? Just asking for Are you okay with me just doing this, or would you like me to change game?
Careful, my elf.
Just, you know. This boss rush thing.
Watch out, my elf.
Oh my god. Too late.
Lost chance. I can do it.
Manage. Got this. I'll manage. Incoming. Watch out, my elf. Watch out, my elf.
I'm ready.
Oh my god. Mael?
Incoming.
Finesse and grace. Last chance.
I like Sid in FF7. Apparently he was butchered in the Rebirth game.
This will hurt.
And Red 13 was also butchered in the Rebirth game. Apparently.
Chroma is flowing. Let's keep going.
Yeah, the abusive guy. That's right.
The eternity of ice.
Get ready.
Ready to evade.
Let's dance. Not looking good.
The point of his character was that he was abusive and the character that he was humble later because the character that he was abusive towards was proven correct, you know? Because he thought that she ruined his life or something and she was correct all along. Did you see the protest in the UK? Oh, I did not, but I've heard about it. You have not told me about him. I don't know him.
Let's dance.
Danger.
I'm gonna have to look into him. Oh god. Of course I died.
Careful, Mael. Now's our chance.
Rebirth.
Did I die again?
Is there anybody watching on Twitch, by the way? Any Twitch viewers? Also, yes, you've died again.
Let's dance.
Cut him down. Let's carve a path.
Parry it.
I do my best to parry it.
Get ready.
I can do it.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Get ready.
Let's dance.
Oh my god.
I'll do it.
Oh my god. All right, I'm gonna have to step up my game or change game. Just tell me if you want me to change the game, and I will. Let us dance, like the viewer. Let us. Oh my god, that was bad.
Okay.
I'm ready.
Get ready.
Not looking good.
You're outmatched.
Okay.
Watch out, Mael.
I'm ready. Overflowing with energy.
I mean, to be fair, he actually does not talk about that all that much. The only time he talks about it was when you meet him. He doesn't really talk about that person all that much throughout the game. So I object to the Sid thing. It's like in every cutscene he's like, I hate that woman that I live with, you know? He hardly ever mentions it actually, so you failed.
Get ready.
Careful, Verso. Careful, Mael.
Just try it.
Oh my god. Actually never once says that he hates the woman that he lives with. He doesn't mention it once during the intro. In the intro he just is shitty towards her. But he actually doesn't say that he hates living with or whatever. So that's even incorrect.
Careful, Mael.
Careful now.
Also, Ares has a lot of different things to say than just being of the Cetra. So that's also not a fair characterization. No, that's not really. If that's mentioning WoWy one trait, then you have to give me examples of characters that are not that in games, in story-driven games. Because I feel like any character and any story can be reduced to what you were describing. Give me a story that you like and I'll reduce it to something like that. Oh, I have to know the story as well. Well, I've read Kafka's Trial.
Okay. Let's dance.
Yeah, you agree with me? Like, I read the Kafka's Trial, and you're gonna be like, oh, has the protagonist mentioned how he's being accused without a cause? You know?
Watch out, Mael.
Brace yourselves. Danger.
Get ready.
Yeah. Like, you can reduce any character from any story to something like that.
Not looking good. This will hurt.
Ready to strike. Prepare for oblivion.
Well, with Sid, you forgot how much he loves the space and wants to go to space.
Careful, Verso.
Yeah, every single character that you mention different things than what you've listed, is my point.
Okay.
The elements dance.
Yeah, you've pissed me off. You've pissed me off like, and I'm full of piss.
Here we go again.
With this game that I'm playing now, you could be like, oh, have the characters mention how they want to defeat the Paintress?
Brace yourself. Careful, Verso.
Watch out.
Take cover.
can do it. This will hurt.
My turn. Ready to strike.
Has Vosh been playing Expedition 33 on stream? Let's see Vosh's worth.
Careful, Mael. Careful, Mael. Now was our chance. Feel the embrace of fire. A storm is coming.
Ready to parry.
Oh my god. Yeah, because you can dislike characters, but it doesn't mean that they just one-line tropes. I don't agree with that. Because again, you can reduce all characters to that of any story.
Let's dance.
Listen, if Conrad agrees with me on this, then I'm extra correct. Oh my god. I might as well just die. Ugh. I have to make timestamps for Fake Calico Parker. Also, go give my VOD some love. Yes, and Red 13 has been butchered in Rebirth. Do you know what they did to Red 13 in Rebirth?
Careful, Mael.
Do you know what they did to Red 13, Personicia? Do you know? They went the route of, my serious voice was actually my fake voice. I actually have a kitty voice that's real. Hold on. Because I wanted to pretend to sound more adult, so my super serious voice is... Where is this? I'm gonna show it. I'm gonna show it. I'm just gonna show it. I'm just gonna display it. Red 13 real voice. There's the FF7 Rebirth ruined Red 13 in a way you'll never expect. There we go. I'm gonna show you the short by a good content creator. Okay? I'm gonna show it to you. Here we go. You ready for this? Yeah, I showed it, but Personicia has not seen it yet, so I'll have to show it again to prove a point.
How annoyed was I the first time I heard Red 13's real voice? It is dog shit. It's atrocious. Let me tell you what you're missing out on. What you're about to see is not a mod, it's not a troll. They actually did this.
I appreciate all that you've done for me. Thank you.
We're really gonna miss you, Red.
Oh, don't say that. You're only making this harder. I mean,
I wish we had more time, but this is my duty.
It is a travesty. The character assassination of the century, what they have done with Red 13. And he then makes every cutscene he's in impossible to take seriously. And since this is the most padded and bloated and poorly paced game in the history of the universe, that's a lot of cutscenes! How annoyed was I the first...
Let me see this content creator's shorts, because he craps on FF Rebirth a lot. Okay? There you go.
Wyobraź sobie głos Usopa
Oh my gosh. I hate the... Oh my god, I do hate the... How do I change the language? I hate what YouTube did with the forced AI dubbing. I have no clue how to change it in a short. I have no clue how to change that in a short. Thanks, YouTube. Thank you. For fuck's sake. Where's what? How do I change this? Fuck's sake.
Wyobraź sobie głos Usopa.
Jack, do you need to say?
Why does this have to have the AI voice? The one thing that I actually wanna see. For fuck's sake. Ah.
Jack, do you need to save?
Get real.
Wiesz, zrobię wszystko.
Wal, dlaczego nazwał...
Okay, I hate this so much. Xanderhall is live.
We need to count up. Jersey-based Muslim American Hassan Piker just told his 9 million followers to murder conservatives everywhere. He wasn't satisfied with how Charlie Kirk died. He demands his followers make it even more violent. Streamer Hassan says America deserves 9/11. Wait, why are we including clips of Hassan here? I love how we're just like so low effort about it. We just randomly included an
Kid not kin. All right. No, we cannot. If I play it, I'll puke, okay? If I play the Xanderhall pukes thing on stream, I'll puke. You don't want to see me puke. I don't know, I like to see who's live. I like to check up on people. It's not funny. It's disgusting.
Let's carve a path.
I don't agree that it's funny. I also don't think that Xanderhall's weird break when he wanted to bludgeon Keffels with a gun was funny. My goodness. It makes me feel sick.
Get ready.
It makes me sick.
Just try it. Get ready.
On me.
Watch out.
I was sad.
Not giving up.
Remember to give some love to my VODs.
Let's have some fun.
I'm back.
Why do you always miss the bucket?
Ready to parry. Ready to parry. Okay.
Oh my god. To leave a like and a comment. Or to press the boost button or whatever. My goodness. You always have something to say. That's a lie. See, how are you feeling? A bit tired. I should interact with more different people on stream. I feel like that would be a winning strategy.
Careful now.
Careful, my elf.
Bring it on.
Ready to parry.
Seems like the voice. In Japanese, his kid's voice is the voice of Usopp from One Piece, by the way. And Square Enix milked that because they even have a little pirate side quest for Red 13, so... That is true, I should. Listen.
This will hurt. Take cover. Careful, Mael.
Oh my god. I cannot believe that you just go out of your way to watch Sanderhold puking. I should have talked about it. That is true. I have the N pass as a Polish person. That is true.
Not looking good. Not looking good. I won't waste this. That hurts. Feel the embrace of fire. That hurts. Ready to
I guess my one weak point on panels, unless it's like on this panel, I felt like I actually did not say much, you know? But I felt like it's because the panel was so all over the place. Jumping from, oh, let's discuss January 6th now. Oh, let's discuss riots now. Oh.
Careful, Mael.
Oh my gosh. I've never seen this move before. It's not like I was useless, I just don't like talking for the sake of talking.
Ready to carry.
I feel like I said my piece at the very end. I feel like I've made my point at the end. I said that we have to differentiate the different types of violence and that we should focus in this case on the political assassination, which I'm not in favor of. But I am not categorically against political violence as a category. If we are going to lump all political violence into this big, broad umbrella term, then I would start my position from saying that I'm not categorically opposed to political violence. Because being from Poland, we used to have this movement called Solidarity, and Solidarity was not always 100% peaceful. It engaged in political violence, a type of political violence that I will not condemn because I think it was justified, is what I said. And that I said that because the question at that point in the panel was, how do we heal political division, and how do we fix political division? And I said there's no such thing as healing political division. You will always have political division. That is not something that you can just fix or heal. And that the question is how you engage with these things. How do you resolve? How do you resolve these differences is the question, not how do you heal political division, something that will always exist. And that, in my opinion, the way to resolve these differences is not to assassinate political opponents. That was basically my statement at the end. Which, by the way, Charlie Kirk was a master of dehumanization, just so you know.
Let's start.
Yes, he was. Do I have to read you his quotes? Because we've read them just today. He wasn't, okay. Let's go to the Charlie Kirk quotes again, because I feel like, I guess we have to do it again. Charlie Kirk, in his own words, 17 quotes you should read from the right-wing activist and Trump ally who was tragically shot and killed on Wednesday, because I guess he was not a master of dehumanization. Black people. Happening all the time in urban America. Prowling blacks go around for fun to go target white people. That's a fact. It's happening more and more. Yeah, that's not dehumanizing anybody. If I see a black pilot, I'm gonna be like, boy, I hope he's qualified. Black women. They're coming out and they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously. Yeah, that's not dehumanizing language at all. That is like Charlie Kirk did not dehumanize anybody by saying that black women do not have the brain capacity to be on equal terms with white people. Context, okay. Charlie Kirk goes on unhinged racist rant. Prowling plagues go around. Let's watch the context. Yeah, okay, you're right. Okay, fair enough. Let's watch the context. Let's watch the context, I guess. Because there definitely is a context that excuses all of this.
Despite that, though, a certain video went very viral, and we got a couple questions on this. I want to read this one from Rebecca from Idaho. Charlie, I watch the show every day. I love what you do and how fearless you are. Isn't it racist to call white women Karens? Are they just hurling it as a slur? Did you see what happened in New York City? What's your take on the so-called Karen story from New York City? As a white woman, I'm beginning to get pissed off when I hear it. Would love your thoughts, Rebecca. Okay, so this is somewhat of a complicated story, but it really isn't, okay? So there is a pregnant white woman who worked at a hospital who is going to go, basically in New York City, you're able to rent bikes. Okay, so you're able to rent bikes. And this was the last bike of its...
I remember this story, by the way.
Of its kind. Last bike there. So she goes to go rent the bike, and halfway through whatever altercation was brewing, there seemed to be a back and forth between a black man and her. It might have been a group of black people, actually. And this video was seen over 40 million times. And the immediate reaction by the Twitterati and the immediate reaction by the social media jihadis is, oh my goodness, look at this white Karen who is in a racist way trying to say, this bike is mine, stay out of the way, black people, and basically bully her, weaponizing her white tears against black men. Seen 40 million times.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Jack, don't do it. Just because Charlie Kirk did not understand the word empathy, it does not mean that that the statement was not stupid.
Well, like so many of these race hoaxes, it turns out that this was a lie. And by the way, Twitter was calling out her name. In fact, one of the Twitterati said she effing deserves. I hope you never have a moment of peace again. Again, this is a 4-month pregnant woman. Well, it turns out she actually paid for the bike. And something that is common in New York City is that young thugs will come up and actually, as you rent the bike, push the bike back in. Kind of as a way to troll you, as a way to be like, oh, you paid for it? Well, you lose all your money type thing. So this white woman gets completely misrepresented. This is a pregnant woman equivalent of Nicholas Sandmann. She got suspended from her job because of this. This is Nicholas Sandmann 2.0. Now, were they trying to hijack her? Were these blacks trying to go rob her? Happening all
Well,
the
if
time
Jack
in
don't
urban
do it, we'll never call in, so.
America. Prowling blacks go around for fun to go target white people. That's a fact. It's happening more and more. So Tariq Nasheed, who's a bigot and a racist, on Twitter says this, and he was the one that really started the race hoax. A suspected white supremacist.
He was not being rude. He was being an idiot, first of all, by saying that. And he was being unhinged and insane by saying that. Like, I'm not saying he was being rude. That's the least of the problem. That's the smallest problem of the statement. Him being rude. If only his problem was that he was a rude guy.
Tried to steal.
Yeah, I know. America has very low standards for who's intelligent and who's not. I've learned that, Jack. Don't do it. I hate to say it. I hate to say it, but America has America has a reputation. Now the edgy Lucy comes out. America has a certain reputation. You can look up what it is. If you think Charlie Kirk was this bright mind, then I'm sorry to inform you, but that's just not the case. Compared to Charlie Kirk, yes, absolutely.
City bike from a black kid after he paid for it.
There's the attitude. That's right.
That's a lie. And when him and his friends wouldn't allow her to steal it, she went through all the Karen tactics to try to get black youths hemmed up, screaming for help, fake crying, Mayo babbling. Now, to Twitter's credit, they now have a context check on it, where they have the New York Post article that says, actually, the community notes say that's not true. Her lawyer is coming out and saying, no, she actually paid for it, and it's the black youth that was coming to either steal it, rob her, or harm her, harass her, which, of course, we now see a pattern of blacks prowling the streets going to go harass whites. It's happening in Chicago, happens all the time.
Okay, so we've heard now the context, we've heard full context, and we've heard the quote itself. Happening all the time in urban America, prowling blacks go around. We see a pattern now of prowling blacks going around for fun to go target white people. That's a fact. It's happening more and more. So, oh, you agree with him? Okay. Because of one case that he quoted. That means that prowling blacks go around for fun to target white people. What is the context that happens all the time? Okay. Thank you. Yeah, just like all mass shooters are trans, right? Yeah, the context did not really save this, I'm sorry to say. I'm sorry to say the context did not help much in the case. But nice try.
Might have.
trans girlfriend. Do you have any evidence of the perpetrator having any trans girlfriend?
Lune, watch out. I'll do it. I can do it. You can't leave us yet. I won't waste this.
Prepare for oblivion. Watch out, Mael.
Not looking good. Feel the embrace of fire. Let's push forward.
My goodness.
Incoming.
It does. My goodness.
Let's dance.
Let's cover power.
My better is then just as the chat is getting lit up. That's true. You're missing out.
Let's go again.
You're right. He wasn't no right-wing person. You're right. The double thank you for the double negative, because a double negative is not really a thing in English, but we actually don't know completely. We don't have actually. I'm gonna stick by saying that we don't actually have any definitive evidence for any of the person's beliefs, but whatever.
Let's dance.
I'm gonna stick to my guns and principles on actually believing in, you know, evidence, not speculation, not treating speculation as fact.
For now.
Thank you.
Parry it. Blades sharp.
I've got this.
Danger. Take cover. On me.
Watch out. Oh well.
I'll do it.
Oh my god, I died again.
Danger.
Careful now.
The dance begins.
Turned gay.
I can do it.
Well, damn.
This will hurt.
Turned gay, of course.
Maximum damage.
We don't know. We don't have any. We don't really have any decisive evidence either way to be able to say if he was a left-leaning person, right-leaning. We don't really. We can only speculate on that.
Bring it on.
I'll do it.
Watch out, my Al. Get ready. Just try it.
Brace yourself.
Finesse and grace. This will hurt. This will hurt.
We will win this fight now. I can feel it.
On me.
The elements dance. A brilliant light.
Did I die again?
There's really no evidence of him having any trans girlfriend, so I don't know. This goes from speculation to just misinformation, actually. If you have a source that
Get ready.
proves that he had some trans girlfriend that influenced his behavior, then go ahead and present it.
Let's have some fun.
Oh, you know? Okay, how do you know? Present your evidence, and I'll look at it, I guess.
Let's carve a path.
Because you saying that you just know it is not quite enough for me. Oh, sorry. You have not exactly built a record of credibility. Not to cast doubt on your, you know, person, but why not what?
Not looking good. Not leaving you behind. Still need your help.
I'll do it.
Research mode. Alright. There we go. That is a very bad way to approach research, by the way. Trying to just prove your preconceived notion. Why isn't he credible? Is that the... Yes, that's the word. He's not credible because he has a history of making claims without any evidence. That's why. And when he thinks he's presenting evidence, it's usually heavily misquoted. That is why I do not see Jack Don't Do It as exactly a credible figure. Like what? Like the whole thing about the US being built on fighting Islam.
Just try it.
How about that?
Just try it.
Brace yourself.
That is true.
Careful, Mael.
That is the primary reason.
Brace yourself. Careful, Verso.
I'll manage.
Merci.
Ready to evade.
You know me well. You've managed to learn a lot about me as a person through my streams. You pay attention to my rhetoric, to the words hidden between the lines. It was presented to me in a dream. You can see through my bullshit. From my lefty bullshit, my lad. Okay, link me some evidence. It's verified by the governor that trans girlfriend was the one who texted. Okay, I'd like to be gotten more. Show me the governor confirming that the shooter had a trans girlfriend. I want to see it. I want to see the governor confirming that the shooter had a trans girlfriend.
I'll do it.
Not impressed.
Oh my god, I keep dying. Still, I wanna see it, because I highly doubt it.
Brace yourself.
Lune, watch out.
Get ready.
Brace yourselves. Careful, Mael.
Let's dance.
I think you should already think out the... Oh, I've got the apology thought out. First I want to see the apology, then I'll do the apology.
Last chance. I can do it. This will hurt.
So, give me the evidence of a trans girlfriend.
Ready to strike.
Ready to carry.
Alright, Greater Ain't.
Let's dance.
Watch out, Mael.
No, I did not.
Get ready.
Careful, Verso. So much potential.
Well, thanks.
You lost good. Wow.
You do it by joining lucyhazard.org/live. Hey friend, I'm enjoying your stream and would love to join your community. No, I will not. This is so blatant, that Twitch thing. Fact check. Does Utah governor says the motive in Kirk shooting is not yet certain. Suck it. Hmm. Hmm. Was Jay retracts trans claim and Charlie Kirk shooting story? There's no evidence. I'm getting tired. My goodness, I'm getting sleepy. But I have to beat this.
Watch out.
Yeah, but Utah governor said it's not evidence. Because I also heard another person saying, oh, according to the family, he was a super groiper. Okay? I don't just take people at their word saying, oh, I say that he was this or that. Because if that was the case, then I'd be saying that he was a far-right groiper. But I'm not. Because I'm not a person that just sees someone's assert something and take it as fact.
This will hurt.
Yeah, other sources claim that his family said that he was right-wing, so there you go. There was a source that said that his grandma said that he was right-wing. So this is worthless to me.
Ready to strike.
Yeah, from one governor.
Bring it on. Just try it.
Oh. What source said what? That the grandma's... Which source are you asking about? Oh my god. Good night. I'll try one more time and go to sleep.
Oh well.
That's not very nice. Going to sleep is not very nice? Okay, I'll try one more time.
Oh well.
I don't even have a narrative. I'm saying we don't know. That's not a narrative. Whatever. Jack has been jacked.
Let's dance.
This is an abuse of authority.
Ready to parry. Lune, watch out. Let's spill some ink.
This is an abuse of authority. I do not approve.
This will hurt.
Freedom of speech.
Okay.
I'm ready.
On me. Let's dance.
No margin for error. A brilliant light.
Here we go again.
He shall be remembered. He's alive, he'll be back.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Let's dance. Let's dance.
He'll be back, he always says.
Still need your help.
Take cover. Careful, Maya.
This will hurt. Time to hit big.
I won't waste this.
Watch out, Mael.
Verso, dodge.
I don't have to dodge.
Coming.
On me. Let's dance.
outmatched. Incoming.
Now's our chance. A storm is coming. Feeling better.
Get ready.
Careful, Mael. On me.
Oh well.
Yeah, anyway. Wait, I have to finish this. I have to focus and finish this. Before I go to bed.
Let's have some fun.
Very nice.
Ready to parry.
Thank God I didn't die. Oh yeah, I died. Alright, I'm going to bed. This was the last try. I'm gonna try again next time. See you all. I'm gonna raid you to somebody. Weak. I never said I was strong. Who is off? Kidnotkin. There you go. Because Kidnotkin will one day return the favor and ride me back. Good night.